Who's that man on the screen right there? Right there. Who's that great ape? Sugriva. Whose toes are those? Whose toes are those? Have you guys seen that video? You guys ever seen whose toes are those? Whose toes are those? Who's that great ape right there? Sugriva. We're gonna watch. Before we get started, just allow me to welcome you to the wonderful world of whose toes are those? Hi Swiley, hi Ollie. Whose toes are those?
Who's out here having dinner? Who could it be? Whose toes are those? Who's that great ape right there? Sugriva. Is it dinner time? Is it dinner time? Oh, I think it is. I think
They're hyping up my man.
Oh, what a big song. What a big song.
Whose
Sugriva's got
toes
lots
are
to say. He's out here cooking himself up a vegan hot dog. Sugriva will be live tomorrow night on his Chimp Dinner Live. It'll happen at 8 p.m. on Sunday.
Cooking himself up a
He's
vegan
just
hot
telling
dog.
you all about it. Something you just have to see. He's just having himself a...
Whose toes are those? Who's that great ape right there? Sugriva. Ooh. Ooh. Hi guys, how you doing? Ooh. Now that's cool. It's time for Nico to return to form. And by that I mean actually beat this case that I've been on for like 3 weeks now. We're gonna do it, okay? I promise it's gonna happen. It's gonna happen hopefully very soon. And I'm hopefully gonna finish this case in a reasonable amount of time tonight, but maybe I won't. Who knows? But we're finishing this tonight regardless of whether I'm tired, whether I got the sniffles, which I do, whether or not I have other responsibilities, it doesn't matter. I'm beating this case. It's the return of the great departed soul. And now that I think about it, that title makes a lot of sense. Because who was the departed soul that made a sudden return? I don't know. Who is it? Or maybe Robert Bingley is gonna make like another. Maybe he's gonna just be alive. I don't know. Okay. I don't know. Is there anything we should cover, you guys, before we hop in? I mean, we already started the trial, so we're in prime position to finish this up. He teleported away. He did use wall hacks. Odious man. He did use wall hacks, and that's not cool. Especially because I'm trying to solve a murder here. Why would you do that? Can't we just, like, follow logic and reasoning? Logic and reasoning spectacular. Iris Wilson is proud to present her Logic and Reasoning Spectacular. We are about to establish a motive. Yeah, I know what his motive is. He's a robo-man. I know what his motive is, Ollie. It's that he's evil. I don't know what his motive is. I don't know whether it's actually going to be... Do you think it'd be legally possible to patent a sex position? No. 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 Because if you think about it, I don't think there's a position you could think of or imagine that someone hasn't done already. I really don't think there is. Can you patent a dance move? I don't know. Listen, Ollie. We can play these mind games, these twister games all day. I'm just saying that there's someone, if you can think of it, someone's done it. And that's not just for sexy time. That's for everything. That's for me. Nico, man, I guarantee 100 years ago, if the internet existed and video games existed, there'd be another Nico, man, out there looking like this, looking at the camera right now. But there wasn't. It didn't exist, did it? No, it didn't. And that's why I'm here. To carry the torch that wasn't carried to begin with. I'd call mine the tuxedo wingspan. Don't ask what that entails. The tuxedo wingspan. I love liquid. Mostly water, but any liquid. It's a good time all around. Who gave it the right to fill any container perfectly? Who gave it that right? Solids, it's like, oh, maybe it can fit in something, but it's not going to fill it. You know what I mean? It's not going to fill it. But a liquid, it's like, yeah, I'll fill that shit. I'm cool as hell. Oh, guys, real quick story before I start. Today I had puppet class and wine class, right? That's crazy. At wine class today, they were having us taste like a $50 bottle of wine. It was like 16% alcohol, which is really high for a wine. Like, really high. Wines are usually like 12 or 13, and 16 is really high. Everyone was drinking it, and it was really expensive, and so I was like, glut, 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 and I was like, ah, because it was really bad. No, it was bad. It was bad because it was a red wine. I'm telling you guys, those of you who aren't 21 or who are 21 and don't drink wine, don't drink red wine. Red wine is not very good. Drink white wine. It's way better. It is way better. Almost always. I've had one red wine that was pretty good. The rest of them are like, bleh. But then also at the end, they were like, hey, we need to get rid of this $50 bottle of wine of very high alcohol content. This wine, because nobody wants it. And so I'm like, fill my cup up again. And then I was like, ah. I was like the plant from Plants vs. Zombies. I was like garlic. You know the garlic plant from Plants vs. Zombies? The zombies eat it and they're like, wah! And then they go to a different lane. That was me. It was more than shots. It was more liquid than a shot. But I was busting it. And then I did that 3 times. I took my initial shot and then took a swig of 3 more things because they needed to get rid of it. And I wasn't going to say no. And then I was just like tipsy walking to get dinner. And I had Panda Express. And they were all out of everything except for Beijing beef. And Beijing beef is pretty good, but it's not like that good. And it's kind of, it like gets old really quick. But when you're a little tipsy, it's like, oh, Beijing beef, that sounds awesome. And so I just macked like 2,000 calories worth of Beijing beef. And then I came home and fell asleep for half an hour, woke up, here I am. I'm having a good day. How are you guys? Alright, let's get going. Start playing from the saved game data. Yes, I would love that. Okay, I'm going to review my evidence real quick because we stopped mid-trial, which means it's getting a little spooky. Okay, let's see. Let's review the text on screen right now. Okay, let's go up to like right here. Drebber said there's one very important provision bolted onto that clause. What provision? Mr. Drebber may only uphold this right on condition that both contracting parties are alive. Okay, so we were going to say that his motive was that he could collect the grant, right? He could collect the grant, the science grant, but no, Alia, I don't want to. We'll do that later. We'll do that later. We'll do it later. The science grant could only be collected if no one died, and someone did die. So that can't have been the motive, or at least not his motive. That made sense. In other words, if either of us were to die, the contract would become null and void. So you see, I had nothing to gain from Mr. Asman's death. The diametric opposite, in fact. You gotta say more. The witness had neither an opportunity nor a reason to commit the alleged crime. In short, the possibility of Mr. Drebber having done as you suggest is nil. Well, it's nil for the exact motivation we said. We're still not 100% sure that he... I'm gonna switch the screen, by the way. I'm still not 100% sure that he is the culprit, but he is at least hiding something. You know what I mean? Let's find out what that is. Submit the contract as evidence. So we just got the contract. Let's check this out. We just got a contract. Drebber's contract. The investor, Mr. Odie Asman, hereby enters into contract with the provider, Mr. Enoch Drebber, to fund labor and materials for the constructions of a super high voltage instantaneous kinesis machine. Mr. Drebber is to receive 30% of all remunerations from government grants or other income. Mr. Drebber may only uphold this right on condition that both contracting parties are alive. Okay. I mean, so one of two things happened. Either Drebber is not the culprit, or this is not his motivation, or maybe Odie Asman is alive. Maybe. And they're trying to scam this court out of some government grants. Maybe. I don't know. I mean, they did examine the body, the police. I don't know, though. That's a possibility. I wouldn't deem it likely, but it definitely is a possibility. Post-explosion photograph. You fell down. Killer's autopsy report. Wait. Pseudonym the Professor. Death by hanging. Okay. Hi, Hojo. They did a full autopsy. Okay, yeah. I don't know, Ollie. I don't know. Okay, let's do it. He couldn't have done it. In any case, I have no idea what his motive might have been. There's one aspect of your argument that still holds true, however. What is it? There were 2 bird cages. That's true. There were 2 bird cages. There was one with the man in it and one with the fake man in it. Not a real man. It's the fake man. Ah, so I'm sure you're on the right lines, Mr. Naruhodo. And I have no doubt there are other aspects of your assertion that are undeniable truths too. I have no doubt that there are other aspects of your ass that are undeniable. Anytime that word comes up, you know what's going to happen. Very important, Hojo. Very important. 2 bird cages. That's right.
Well, it would seem that the defense has no rejoinder to offer.
Is he going to hit the yoinky?
Well, I must say I'm a little surprised. I came here to testify about the machine I built, and instead my reputation is defiled. But the prosecution's counter has set the record straight, I think. It's impossible that I'm the culprit.
Objection!
Hey, yo. No! No! At the beginning of this trial, we believed there was only 1 bird cage. And now we know there must have been 2. In other words, there was more to the demonstration than we realized at first.
Ow, 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 ow.
Shutting down. I think it's abundantly clear that the same applies to the culprit.
Get to the point.
This stage demonstration was constructed and set up in its entirety by you, Mr. Drebber. Therefore, it's inconceivable that you had no hand in the events that transpired. That's true. It is impossible that he's not at least involved. Because he shot down the thingy-do, and he set up the thing underneath it. I would be very curious to see how he would get out of saying he's not the killer. I wouldn't rule it out completely if he's not the killer. But it's looking like it right now. So if circumstances mean it's possible that you could have carried out the crime yourself, it points to the fact that someone else was involved.
Someone else, counsel, are you suggesting?
Yes, my lord. Mr. Drebber had an accomplice. He's gonna say, who's the accomplice? I don't know, maybe.
An accomplice now? Well, then I presume you're prepared for what's to come.
Maybe.
Now that you're accusing not only this witness, but someone else of the most serious of crimes. Colonel.
If these accusations turn out to be false, then make no mistake. You will have to feel the wrath of my finger. The prosecution will demand an equally serious punishment for your slander.
Abby online. OMG, is that Kazuma? Maybe. Maybe. I mean, what's he doing over there? Looking all mysterious. He looks like a Five Nights at Freddy's animatronic. And I love it. Serious crimes of petty theft. No, he murdered a man named Robert Bingley. Maybe Abel. Also, hi Abel. Abel, you been streaming recently? Sometimes I'll pop into your stream and you're like constructing an Eiffel Tower out of like used toothbrushes, and I'm like, what the hell is he doing?
Well, counsel, you intend to pursue this course and formally accuse another party of involvement in this matter?
Yes, it has to be true. There has to be someone else involved, otherwise it doesn't make sense. Yes, I do. He had, for it to make sense, he has to have an accomplice. Otherwise, he's right. He couldn't collect the money. Who is it then? The person who did the autopsy. Ah! Ah! Maybe it's the person who did the autopsy. Who said, oh, yep, he died. Yep, he definitely died. This guy, he's definitely dead in the exact way that we presume he died. Yep, I am the coroner. I'm the coroner, and I presume that he died in the exact way that you said. But he didn't. So what's my stance going to be? Did Drebber have an accomplice or not? Name the accomplice. I know who it is. Because it wouldn't make sense. If he didn't die or he died to a different circumstance, the autopsy report would be fake. It would be fake. Because it was done by Courtney Scythe. Somehow the two bird cages must have been switched. Everything points to that. Yet according to the coroner's report, that's not a possibility. Who's the coroner? But it's that inconsistency itself. But that inconsistency itself is a clue.
Counsel.
My lord. Also, guys, if I cough or sneeze during this stream, I apologize. I'm still a little recovering from a cold. I'm going to try my best to do the voices, but I can't sometimes.
You have received a stark warning already. If you are nevertheless determined, then I must now ask you to identify this alleged accomplice by name.
I know who it is.
So, your answer, please.
It's the person who did the autopsy report.
Who do you claim to have been Mr. Drebber's accomplice?
It's Robert Bingley. No, it's Courtney Scythe, because she's the coroner, which means that the autopsy report was fake. Maybe. Balthazar Loon. Yeah, it was him. Bohemian Boy. Baba Booey. The name of the person in question is...
What's wrong, my Nipponese friend? Surely fear doesn't bind your tongue now. It's a little late for that.
Of course I'm afraid. After all, naming her in this capacity is definitely going to make waves. A lot of waves. Okay, I thought we got it wrong for a second, but no. I could very well turn every single person in this courtroom against me. Yeah. I'm sure it will be alright, Mr. Naruto. Thank you, sussy baka. The enemy always appears larger than life, but you'll appear exactly the same to the enemy. Oh, that's true. Alright then, here goes.
You've kept us waiting long enough. Your answer, counsel, now.
Hey, yo. The person who colluded with Mr. Drebber in order to carry out this wicked crime is Scotland Yard's coroner, Dr. Courtney Scythe.
What the blazes are you talking about, Dr. Scythe? The head of the forensic investigation team and the coroner who conducted the autopsy on the victim.
Maybe. We know there were two bird cages, so who could have carried out the switch to complete the illusion? The accident happened in front of a huge crowd of spectators, and the area was immediately sealed off. And also, why does Courtney... Now that I'm thinking about it, Courtney Scythe had like 500 scalpels. Why? Was she laundering money or something? Jesus. Then everyone, police officers included, were banished to make way to the forensic investigations team. True. When else could the switch have occurred? It can only have been in that team's presence. Malfunction. Shutting down. It's essential that the court determines exactly what happened following the incident. The defense demands that Dr. Scythe be summoned to the witness stand at once to testify. The corn juror.
You got a nerve, lad. Standing up there, dragging the yacht's name through the mud.
I didn't mean to.
I know that woman very well. There's no better dead room worker out there. How dare you call her a criminal?
Sorry.
My learned friend's imagination appears to be wilder than the East End at night.
Is the East End at night wild? Does it have a wild imagination? I didn't know.
But the recklessness of your accusation aside, there's another grave problem with your argument. One which the prosecution demands you address at once.
A grave problem. Oh my word.
Who do you claim acted as the victim's doppelganger?
Professor Bingley.
Certainly, if the birdcage containing the body of the victim was exchanged for another. That cage must also have contained a body.
I can prove it. I know why, and there was glass in his coat pocket. It was the dude.
And yet, no missing persons or accidental deaths of anyone even remotely resembling the victim have been reported. Which means there was no one, dead or alive, who could have fulfilled the role of a body double for Mr. Asmund.
Unless it was like a wax figure or something. Maybe. My argument is that there were 2 bird cages and there must also have been one person inside each. I don't know if I've got an answer to this yet. Have I? No, I got the answer. What can I do to reveal how this body double stunt was achieved? Well, I know, but I want to make sure that I'm not doing this wrong. Because I can't name the professor, like, outright, right? Yeah, I can't name the professor, no. Esmeralda Tuspels? Okay, I think it's present evidence. Yeah, okay. Very well, the defense will address my learned friend's concerns. He's calling Van Zykes his learned friend by presenting evidence that reveals the true nature of Mr. Asmund's body double.
Good gracious, evidence! You hope this isn't filibustering, counsel. The court is expecting a name.
Oh, no, we don't need a name.
If you think you have relevant evidence, present it now.
Okay, I will. The body double and the birdcage were hiding inside the balloon that was floating above the stage, which means that any witnesses would have only seen them from 60 feet away. So who was it that appeared out of that explosion some 18 meters above the spectators? I know who it is.
Aha!
I know. The body double inside the second birdcage was... It's this, right, Ollie? I obviously, but like I just want to make sure it's not like the head. What else do we have? A professor thing? I don't think we have a professor like item. You don't remember if it's the glass or the head? I'm gonna go with the glass because it says it would appear to be from the Crystal Tower.
Take that!
Baba Booey. Well, probably something along these lines, I think. What?
Then let's see what happens to that piece of evidence when dropped from a great height. Well, it's within your grasp, of course.
He's suggesting you and the evidence die together. That'd be not cool. Yes, that came across. It's hard to see how another person could have been inside that second birdcage, which means that the body double must have been something else. I know that. It's a present evidence, and then the head. I guess. I suppose it would be the head. That does make sense. If it's not the head, this thing is rigged. But we'll see.
Take that!
We know that the victim, Mr. Asman, was in the birdcage that was situated inside the kinesis machine on stage. And therefore, he couldn't have been inside the second birdcage. Instead, that contains something else. What's been described as a body double, which is what fell from the sky and crashed into the crystal tower.
Yes, Counsel. According to your somewhat elaborate version of events.
And that body double inside the second birdcage was, in fact, not a body. It's alright, Mr. Naruhodo. You're ready for this. Am I? Just steel yourself and come out with it. Okay. Thank you, Miss Sussybaka. I needed that. Yeah, Naruhodo, where's your resolve? That's the title of the game. As I was saying, the body double inside the second birdcage was, as unbelievable as it may seem, that thing right there, that thing's been in the courtroom? What? This thing's just been sitting here in the courtroom? Okay. Good job, Naruhodo. Oh, he's reaching. He's gonna get me. He's gonna get me.
Objection!
He's got the hollow rumblings again.
Open your eyes and look into mine, my Nipponese friend.
Wait, make eye contact and stare at you? Oh, that seems kind of... Woo! You want me to stare at you, Van Zyke? Woo! Ooh!
Now tell me, what are you playing at?
Stand firm now, Ryunosuke. This is the time to show your Japanese spirit. As court will observe, this is a waxwork model. Slap. A model, in fact, of an infamous London murderer from 10 years ago, the Professor.
Objection!
You started by indicting the leader of the forensic investigation team as an accomplice in this crime. And now you've moved on to indicting waxworks.
Yeah, because it was stolen. Yes, that's about the size of it.
But why? And why this waxwork?
Because the head was found in Enoch Drebber's room.
It looks nothing like the victim. In fact, it could hardly resemble him less. What possible justification can you give?
If you want to know why, ask Mr. Drebber. Yeah, it was in his room.
Ow, 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 ow. What?
Just days before Professor Harebrained performed his public demonstration, Mr. Drebber abducted this model from Madame Tussspell's.
Did you say abducted?
And 2 days after the incident at the Great Exhibition, it returned. He returned it to the museum.
Then the timing. Is this true, Mr. Drebber?
At first, I couldn't see why Mr. Drebber would have stolen the waxwork and then given it back again. But now the reason is clear. He took it so that he could put it inside the second birdcage as a body double for Mr. Asman.
Objection!
Objection?
Are you hearing this, ladies and gentlemen of the jury? Are you hearing the defense's astonishing proposal? That the witness fabricated this vast machine with the intention of deceiving some wretched scientist. That he did so in collusion with the country's finest coroner on a public stage in front of a vast audience. And that to the effect of deception, he used a waxwork model that in no way resembles the victim. Are we really to believe this far-fetched tale? What do you decide?
Wait! Yes, if you put it like that, of course it sounds implausible.
My lord!
I need to speak, if you please.
Go ahead, Mr. Foreman.
Myself and my colleagues have reached an agreement.
Uh-oh.
Very good. In that case, ladies and gentlemen of the jury, you will state your leanings for the court to hear now.
Guilty.
Guilty.
Guilty!
Guilty! Guilty!
Guilty.
Wieldy. Wieldy.
Uh-oh. Man, wouldn't it be a shame if I were to, like, change 4 out of the 6 mines? Wouldn't it be weird if I were to do that?
So, as indicated by the foreman, the jury has reached a consensus.
I knew that was gonna happen. We shall get through this, Mr. Naruhodo, as we always do. And uncover some new truths along the way. I'm quite sure. Yes, I agree. I'm gonna have to appeal to the jurors as usual and see if I can persuade them to change their minds. The defense will
now embark on a summation examination. Are you and your fellows ready to proceed, Mr. Foreman?
We are, my lord.
Very well. In that case, I ask you now to state clearly for all present to hear the grounds on which each of you has decided the defendant is guilty of the crime which he is charged.
Okay, let's do it. Summation examination. This one's probably going to be a little hard, I assume. I hope the corn juror is involved. I really hope so. It's definitely going to involve number 6. Because he's like on the force, maybe. He's like on the yard. And he was there.
I've known that woman for years. She'd never been accomplished to anything.
Oh, we're going out of order.
It's utter nonsense to think that these two would ever be conniving with one another.
Oh dear, this is most troubling. But surely the waxwork of the man stole is nothing to do with the coroner, is it?
Okay, well, that is going to be in connection with another one.
I have my own problems with the members of the police. I do not trust them much.
That's your reason?
I've seen no rigorous proof that the waxwork was ever inside the birdcage. It's conjecture.
I have proof. I literally have proof. I literally have glass that was in it.
Accusing someone without the raw evidence is not a proper job, is it? I won't have it!
I have the proper evidence. I literally have proof.
Somewhat unsurprisingly, it seems the introduction of this waxwork model to the proceedings has polarized opinion. Given that its face is obscured and its build is in no way resembles that of the victim. I can only applaud my learned friend's temerity at suggesting it as Mr. Asman's body double.
It's not Mr. Asman's body double, but they did use it as such. Yes, the applause is deafening, and yes, I know it seems extraordinary, but that's the point. That's why I have a strong feeling it's actually a greater clue than anyone yet realizes. What are you thinking, Mr. Naruhodo? I can't explain why at the moment, but I feel as though there's a specific reason why it was used, why it had to be this model. Why would it have to be the professor? That is weird. I have no idea. As of right now, I mean, I didn't think about it very hard, but as of right now, I don't know. Really? A reason why nothing else would do, you mean? Yes, and I'm convinced. Maybe because the head detaches? Maybe? I don't know. Yes, and I'm convinced it's something far more significant than whether or not the model looked like the victim. Well, if that's the case, we must prevent the trial from ending prematurely at all costs. Yes, agreed. I have to find a way out of this. I got this. Nico's got this.
If you are ready, counsel, you may proceed with the summation examination.
Dude, I got this. I got this, okay? I have this on lockdown. Look at him. Look, he's ready. He's ready. The defense's rebuttal.
I've known that woman for years. She's never been an accomplice to anything.
Okay. I'm gonna skip you for now.
It's utterly nonsense to think these two would ever be conniving with one another.
I'm gonna press you. But we're only just starting to understand this case.
Ugh.
What are you reading there, sir?
The man behind those murderers on Solar Pond Street was caught 2 days flat. That's real policing for you.
That's really not relevant to the case, is it?
You're wrong there. Because it was Dr. Scythe in charge of examining the bodies.
Oh?
And it was evidence arising from her work that led to the arrest of the scoundrel responsible.
That's suspicioso. Oh. Maybe not really. Maybe it could be. Could be. Maybe it's not. Maybe it is.
That's right. Oh, that woman is at the forefront of this country's fight against crime. The idea that she's somehow involved in this murky business is a load of old tosh.
I thought it was up to me to press the jurors, not the other way around. Okay, well, it's not him.
Oh dear, this is most troubling, but surely the waxwork the man stole is nothing to do with the coroner, is it?
I think it might. Maybe. I think I have to pin her against another juror, but I'm gonna press her just like for now, just to see. Why would you assume that?
Well, quite simply because that unsettling swindler has no relationship with the woman, does he?
True. As it stands, we don't know of any connection.
Oh gosh. But it would be delightfully romantic if they were somehow to have mutual interest in the waxwork.
That would be pretty cool. Romantic?
A woman of society such as myself views everything in terms of relationships, you know?
Haha. Well, you learn something new every day. Even if you don't want to.
One might wonder about the possible relationship between the defendant and this coroner woman.
Maybe. Hairbrain? Hairbrain's getting it from Dr. Scythe? Maybe.
Or perhaps between the defendant and the handsome prosecutor just there.
Hey, yo. This woman may be more astute than I've been giving her credit for. If that's the woman's stance, then perhaps demonstrating some connection between the waxwork and Dr. Scythe would be enough. I think it's just obviously just going to be 4 and 2. Yes, I agree. As soon as we have even a whiff of connection, she'll be the first to know. That's right. Boop, bap, boop, boop. I'm going to skip over this guy for now. And I'm going to go here.
I've seen no rigorous proof of this waxwork was ever inside the birdcage. It's conjecture.
I'm going to present to you first. But you claim the whole instantaneous kinesis demonstration was a trick.
That I did, but there's more than one way to pull a rabbit out of a hat, isn't there?
Sorry?
I grant you, given that this cage appeared from a mist and explosion, there'd have been no need for you to use a real person. If a waxwork had been used, the culprit could have at least had the decency to make it look like the victim.
I'm not sure exactly how much criminals are governed by decency. Yeah.
The point is, if you're going to make a claim about the waxwork being inside the birdcage, you need to give us some evidence. Without that, it's just not science.
I have evidence, actually. I suppose we should expect nothing less than the logical argument from a fellow of the Royal Society. That perhaps means his mind can be changed if we manage to present suitable evidence. Evidence that the Professor Waxwork was inside that birdcage. Can I produce that or not? Yes! I can. Actually, I have something I'd like you to see, sir.
Oh? I must warn you that I firmly believe it's only wise to trust men in white coats.
Okay, sure. I'm in a black coat.
So given your jet black outfit, I don't mind admitting to a sense of trepidation here.
So you don't trust anyone in black? Looking in that mirror must be very trying. He is wearing a lot of black. I do have some evidence that proves the waxwork was inside the birdcage, namely,
a piece of glass.
Take that!
What's that? A piece of glass? Though it's unusually thick for glass.
Yes, it's a piece of broken glass that we found inside the jacket of the waxwork. Faraday moment? What? You don't know who that is, Ollie. What are you talking about? As you say, it's not ordinary glass, though. It's very thick and clearly made for extra strength. much like the special glass that was developed for the construction of the Crystal Tower.
The Crystal Tower!
Faraday was a science boy? What? What are you talking about, Ollie? Oh, I thought you were talking about the Ace Attorney character, Kay Faraday. I was like, what are you talking about? Exactly, the centerpiece of the Great Exhibition, where the very incident we're talking about took place. I don't even know who that is. I know, but her dad, you know what's crazy is that her dad is like a famous, like, science man in the game. The more you know. The more you know. Centerpiece of the Great Exhibition, where the very incident we're talking about took place. On the day in question, the birdcage fell from above and smashed the window of the special glass. It did.
From whence this small piece originated, is that it?
Yes, precisely. So what do you say? Now that clear evidence in support of the assertion has been placed before you. Did he invent the motor? You know, I will say that the motor does not come up in Ace Attorney investigations.
Well, as I said, I only trust men in white coats as a rule. However, when the reasoning is sound, it's fair to say color shouldn't come into it. In light of what you've shown me here, yes, I feel obliged to change my position on the matter.
Okay, Peepo PogChamp.
In that case, juror number 4, you will amend your statement now, please.
The presence of that piece of glass leaves me in little doubt that the waxwork was indeed inside that birdcage.
Okay, pit 4 and 2. Let's read these. I'm pretty sure it's this. Pretty sure. Let's get a save real quick, just in case. I'm pretty sure it's just this, yeah.
Objection!
Okay, well that was not it.
There's to be a new Herlock Sholmes adventure published next month by the looks.
My lord, the foreman of the jury isn't listening.
Is that so? Well, I shall have to reserve myself a copy at the local newsagent in that case.
Miss Sussy-Bagat, no one's listening to what I'm saying. Perhaps this would be a good opportunity to have a rethink then, Mr. Naruto.
Fear not, my learned friend. I heard every sorry word.
Sounds like I'm on the wrong track here. I'm definitely not on the wrong track here. It's just not the statements that the game wants. I'll do fine. I'll do this one. I'll do the corn juror. I've got to ask, why have you brought that corn into court with you?
Colonel Cobb! He's been growing back at the farm. Picked him off on my way to town. He's a proper nibbler, he is.
What the fuck? Colonel Cobb? Yes, the nibbling seems to be taking quite a while. Maybe it could wait until after the trial?
Oh, I don't like the sound of that. You need colonels at times like these.
Colonel.
Whenever I have some big to decide, the colonels always point me in the right direction, see?
You're talking about your cob of corn.
Nibble, nobble, guilty, gabobble. Nibble, not guilty, out. Nibble, nobble, guilty, bobble. Nibble, not guilty, out.
What?
Nibble, nobble, guilty.
Okay, are you done? Are you done? It just doesn't stop. Okay. Perhaps it's akin to fortune telling with flower petals, like people do back home. So Professor Harebrain's fate is to be decided by a cob of corn? That's very logical. Could you not at least wait until we've had more time to find the truth before deciding on the defendant's guilt?
Oh, I don't know about that. Your time's awfully full already.
Amazing. Ha! That's funny. I get it. I know it seems a little far-fetched to think that the waxwork model professor was in the birdcage, but on the other hand, it explains a lot. If there really is a reason why that particular waxwork had to be used as Mr. Aspen's stubble, we must do everything we can to make the jurors understand it. The truth is, I'm sure that's the key to this, but the most puzzling part of it, too. But it's the most puzzling part of it, too. In that case, you should see what additional information you can glean whilst trying to change the jurors' minds. Okay, so I need to press 3. I'm going to press 3. Because I skipped 3. And I feel like he might say something. I don't think 6 would say anything right now. At least right now. I think he will.
Hold it!
What sort of problems? Oh, 6 is going to have a problem with this, isn't he? 6 is going to be like, you fucking paisano.
Let's just say we have run into each other on numerous occasions when I've been performing on the street.
Right, I see.
Obviously, artists such as myself cannot appear on stage, as we work in close proximity to our audiences. We perform our great magic in parks, on street corners, and the like. But the police use any excuse to make our lives difficult.
Yeah, who could... Okay.
Excuse me.
Excuse me, sir. You have something to say in response to that, Mr. Ottermole?
Who you calling a mass murderer?
No one said that. Nobody said that. Sorry, my mistake. I got confused because I heard you look like him.
I don't look anything like the man. You want to be locked up, Sonny?
Thanks, Mr. Sholmes. Yeah. Perhaps we could move on. I was really wondering if you had something you wanted to add in response to what juror number 3 just said. And clearly you do.
Back in my day, back in the good old days. It wasn't like this.
What was it like, sir?
We worked our fingers to the bone to earn the public's trust, we did. And by Jove, we earned it. People respected us back then.
Respected you a hoof.
No one would have called a coroner into question back in them days. A coroner's report was the hallmark of investigation done right.
Ollie, you can't just make that reference when no one except for you and I knows what that means. You can't just do that. Unless you were to maybe, I don't know, link them all in Discord to me right now and I can show everybody. Because I'm not going to go seek them out.
Especially when Dr. Courtney Stevens put a name to it.
Courtney Stevens?
Hold it!
Hold on a minute. What are you talking about? Who's Courtney Stevens? That's probably the bird lady. I assume.
Sorry. Got a bit carried away there. Stevens is Dr. Scythe's maiden name.
Oh, you gotta send it to me. Send them all to me. Like every single one you can find, I need you to just send them to me. So go find them.
Stevens is Dr. Scythe's maiden name.
Her maiden name, so that was before she was married.
Of course, yeah, silly me. It's Scythe now, isn't it?
Stevens. Clint Stevens is in the game. I'm sure I've seen that name somewhere recently. Let me check the court record. Let me check. Top of the morning. Coroner Courtney Scythe. Okay. Okay, Courtney Scythe did the autopsy, which is probably fake. What else has words on it? Killer's autopsy report. I found it. She did the killer's autopsy report. Ollie, I'm waiting for the DM. I'm waiting for it. Hi, Beagle.
Anyway, the point is, those were the great days of policing, not like now.
Sorry to interrupt, sir. Do you think you could change your statement to include that name?
Well, yes, I don't see why not. She was Courtney Stevens back when I knew of her. Of course, legendary coroner, even then.
Okay. Hang on, I'm not gonna pit anyone, but I do need to see all their statements, and I just think this is the easiest way. It's utter nonsense to think those two would ever be conniving with one another. Oh dear, this is most troubling, but surely the waxwork the man stole has nothing to do with the coroner, is it?
I know the answer.
Kind of. I think I know the answer. Listen, I see the dots that connect it, but I don't know if this is the logic the game wants me to follow. So I would guess that it would be 2 and 4. Or no, 2 and 6. Now I would guess that it's 2 and 6 because if you check the court record and you go to the killer's autopsy report, aka the professor, who the waxwork is modeled after, condemned prisoner, pseudonym the professor, death by hanging confirmed at midnight, 17th June, Courtney Stevens, Clint Stevens' wife. No, I don't. No, not accurate, but you know, it's definitely. I just don't want to get this wrong again, which I probably will. But let's just do it. 2 and 6. Most troubling, but surely the waxwork the man stole has nothing to do with the coroner. Yes, okay, if this isn't right, I don't know what it is. Because this isn't like 100%, this is like, I'm like 90% sure it's this. You know what I mean? Also, Beagle, I'm solving murder. Isn't that awesome?
Murder. There's been a murder.
Ooh. Who'd you kill? I didn't kill anybody. This coroner person we're talking about probably killed someone. Objection? Well, I'll do one right now. Ready?
Objection!
Objection. Those two statements clearly contradict each other. Contradict each other.
Good gracious! To whose statements do you refer, counsel?
So, juror number 2.
Oh gosh me! What can I do for you?
I presume that you heard what juror number 6 said in this statement. It's brought to light that the maiden name of the coroner, Dr. Scythe, which in turn has revealed a connection that wasn't apparent before.
Well, naturally, as a woman of society, I find such connections and relationships irresistible.
They've been sent?
But, oh golly, I'm afraid I failed to see what you mean.
Dr. Scythe's maiden name is Stevens, and through that name, the coroner is very definitely linked to the waxwork of the killer through the autopsy report. The defense has evidence to prove it.
My goodness, evidence you say? How utterly enthralling.
Give me a sec, Ollie.
Counsel of the defense, the court cannot overlook that last remark. I very much hope there is some substance to your claim.
Of course, my lord, I would like to ask the court to look at this. The evidence that clearly links Dr. Scythe to the mass murder known as the Professor. The killer's autopsy report.
Take that!
Hey, yo. I have here a certain autopsy report from 10 years ago. A 10-year-old
autopsy report? What relevance does that have?
Oh, did you send them an order? Okay. Because I hope you sent them in like the order. You sent them in the order you found them. Okay. So basically on the Ace Attorney subreddit, the people how do I explain this? How do I explain this without I'm just going to show you guys. So, which one do I show first? I'll just show Sholmes. Sholmes first. Okay. First, we got Sholmes, who gives some very helpful advice to all of us. And he says, if you want to, It's natural. Just do whatever you want. And then our boy Kazuma Asogi doesn't like that. He doesn't like that at all. Stop masturbating. But then, I don't know. Iris caught a word of this.
Masterful baiting. All right, Hurley, let's go fishing in River Farms.
and then Gregson.
You should probably masturbate. It has many health benefits.
Thank you, Gregson. I like the music that plays with it. And then finally, we have my favorite, which is Van Sykes. Isn't the Ace Attorney subreddit just great? Isn't that awesome? Start matter baiting. Okay. Okay, back to the game.
10-year-old autopsy report. What relevance does that have?
Well, you see, it's of course from the autopsy of the person portrayed in the waxwork, the killer known as the Professor.
El Professorio. The professors, but the man was a capital offender, so... La Profesora.
That's right. This is the certification of death that was drawn up after the convict's execution. He's not dead, is he? He's on the run.
Oh?
I think I know who it is. I think I know who it is. This is the certification of death that was drawn up after the convict's execution. Maybe. Well, because Drebber said he saw him climb out of the ground. He's not dead. The identity of the killer was never made public, so the reports give few details. But what's important is that the name of the coroner who wrote it. Courtney Stevens.
Oh my, Courtney Stevens.
Strike a light.
It appears that the professor's autopsy was conducted by Dr. Scythe 10 years ago, and a few days ago, Mr. Drebber very deliberately stole the waxwork of the professor from Madame Tuspel's. A waxwork that doesn't, in fact, resemble the victim, Mr. Asman, at all.
Do you suppose there's some unsavory relationship between those events?
Yes. Absolutely, I'm sure of it. There's no doubt in my mind that the professor in the professor's case is at the heart of a link that we have yet to uncover. Between Dr. Courtney Scythe and Mr. Enoch Drebber.
Hidden links, mysterious connections, secret relationships. This is all most extraordinary. We're surely obliged now to explore this further.
Yeah!
Yeah! We got him!
We got one, which is good.
Why, right. We can't let this trial come to an end now. Not whilst there's this cloud of suspicion hanging over the yard's best coroner. It wasn't like this in my day. We're still here to uphold justice in the end.
Okay, we got two of them. Peepo Pog. Hoggy Woggy. Okay, so now we need the other two. Okay, we need to... It's definitely this guy. But I don't know if we have what we need yet. Because it can't be the two that I just changed the mind of. So it's just... Is it 1 and 4? It's not that guy, and it's not Corn Juror. It's definitely not the Corn Typewriter Juror. I don't know. I think it's just 1 and 4. Because if the waxwork was in there, we know that Drebber shot the balloon. And that Scythe has a connection to the professor. Yeah. I've pressed everyone now, so this is as close as I'm gonna get. So I'm gonna save real quick just in case, and then we're gonna run it. I'm gonna save in a new slot actually, just in case. Pit. 1 and 4, yes.
Objection.
Okay, I guess not. I suppose not. I don't see how it could be the other two in the slightest. And I already pressed everyone. And it's definitely this guy. What do you have to say? It's not 3. It can only be Corn Juror, I guess. I guess we have evidence. Is it seriously these two?
Hold it.
Oopsies, I didn't mean to press.
Your words are misplaced, boy. My opinion is governed by logic and science and nothing else. Yes, science is where you should direct your words of gratitude.
Ah.
What's the matter with you? Too good to say some words of thanks in the mother of all academic subjects.
What is it about scientists, honestly? Okay, so I'm already about to fail, is the thing. I only have 2 Gabagoos left. Is it really these two? I guess. I don't know. I don't know. You think I know?
Objection.
Okay, great. Those two statements clearly contradict one another. I mean, the 1 and 4 clearly contradicted each other too, but I mean, this works, I guess, as well.
Good gracious! Whose statements do you refer, Counsel?
If you could put down your corn for a moment, juror number 5. Yeah.
Oh, you mean me?
You've pointed out that it's wrong to make an accusation without evidence. The accusation that the Wackwork model was inside the second birdcage on the day in question is not without supporting evidence, as the defense demonstrated to the juror sitting beside you.
Oh, is that right?
Would it be fair to say you didn't follow the argument?
I don't understand much besides Colonel Cobb, to be honest.
All she knows is corn. Look at those dead, vacant eyes. There's nothing in that head. The lights are on and no one's home. This is not Iowa, Ollie. Of course you don't.
If I could interject here.
Please do, sir.
Now that this assertion of yours is about the waxwork has been backed up by some solid evidence, it would be wrong of me as a man of science not to pursue the matter further.
Innocent. Wow. I'm already on 2 out of 5. Ollie, I'm kind of worried. I might get a game over.
Well, me too, then.
We have a literal child on jury eating corn who doesn't know what's happening in the case, making decisions.
If this brainy gentleman says he's right, then he must be. See, I wouldn't dream of going against Colonel Cobb or anyone who's got stuff in between the ears.
Okay. All right. She uses her corn as a gavel. Success. If you can call it that. Yeah, definitely an interesting summation examination.
Thank you, Counsel, that will do. As a result of the summation examination, the jury's overall leaning has changed. 2 jurors now call guilty against 4 who call not guilty. Accordingly, the court has failed to reach a consensus at this time, and the trial must continue.
We did it. Well, kind of. Oh, well done, Mr. Naruhodo. Another wonderful victory. I wouldn't call it a victory, but it's good. I'm a fan.
The waxwork of the despicable professor, used as a body double for the victim in this quite extraordinary case. I must say, it's extremely hard to believe the assertion could possibly be true. However, it would appear that it does at least warrant further investigation.
It's the waxwork of the professor that links Mr. Drebber and Dr. Scythe. It's true. And I'm convinced that there's a special significance to that link.
I don't know what you're hoping to prove, lad. I really don't.
The truth, sir. By using evidence and testimony. By logic and reasoning.
If the court is ready to delve deeper into the alleged involvement of the waxwork in this case, then the prosecution calls for the owner of the model to be summoned as a witness.
The owner of the model? Oh, Tuspels? The owner?
The owner! Madame Tuspels.
Oh, so I'm gonna have to get my French on. Uh-oh. I really thought that Lord Van Zykes would object to this whole line of enquiry.
Very well, I concur. Make arrangements for Madame Tuspels to appear as a witness with immediate effect.
Do we get a recess? Can I have a recess, please? Please, can I have a recess so I can, like, reset my health bar? Please?
Listen carefully, my learned friend.
Yes.
You should know that you're on the brink of opening Pandora's box.
What? That's not good. Why do you know that? Why do you know that? It's gonna be a box we can't close.
Court shall now adjourn for 45 minutes?
That's enough time to get my health bar way up. That's what I like.
During that time, the prosecution will summon a new witness and prepare her for taking the stand. Madame Tuspels, yes. I shall see to it at once, my lord.
A box you can't close? Well, isn't it like the original story that, like, once you open it, what's inside gets out and you can't just seal it back up again? Isn't that what actually happens in Pandora's box? I don't know. Yeah, okay, so what are you lol Wing at? Bunch of monsters in there. Bunch of monsters in there. Bunch of monsters. 24th October, 11:53 a.m., the Old Bailey, defendant's antechamber. No, then it can close. It can't close all. You're wrong. Oh, hi, Sholmes.
Oh, the knight errant himself.
Oh, have you been watching from the gallery, Mr. Sholmes? Maybe.
I've been on the edge of my seat the entire time. Courtroom trials are fascinating affairs, as a spectator at least.
I'm glad you've been enjoying yourself. Iris? Oh, hey, bud.
I have to ask, what on earth is going on? It makes no sense. What's this professor business all about? He doesn't look like any professor I've ever met before. Who even is he?
Of course. You were in Germany already 10 years ago.
As the professor. When I discovered he was the one who had been abducted, a sense of foreboding stirred within me. But who knew the monster would come knocking at your door? My heartfelt sympathies.
As it turns out, Lord Van Zykes is even more intimately tied to this case than any of us realized, isn't he? Yes, how true. He's a great friend from university in the dock.
And now a waxwork of the killer who took his esteemed brother's life makes an appearance too.
Yes, it does.
I imagine even the shrewd Mr. Reaper failed to foresee that kick in the teeth.
Maybe he didn't. Maybe he's just smart like that. Maybe he's just built different.
An extraordinary move on your part, my dear fellow, to throw that out in front of the man.
You make it sound deliberate. I can't help feeling that this professor case is really very puzzling.
Oh yes, in what particular manner?
Well, there's Mr. Drebber, Dr. Scythe, and Lord Van Zykes. It seems that everybody in the trial has a link to the case somehow. Yes! In fact, I am alone not a member of the set! Though that leaves me as an empty set, all alone with no intersection to any other. Excuse me? Excuse me? Who? Ooh. Mommy, excuse me. Mommy, Mommy, excuse, Dr. Scythe!
Ah, Dr. Courtney Scythe. Hey, Stevens, good day to you.
Okay, so she talks like a snake.
Hello, Sholmes. That was very shrewd of you. Very shrewd of you.
In what in particular, pray?
You requested that the 10-year-old autopsy report from Gregson, didn't you?
You requested? Yeah. What if I did? What are you gonna do about it? What are you gonna do about it?
Why would you assume such a thing?
I don't know, because you're Sholmes and you know everything and you're also hiding so much and you're being weird. Look at your pose! That is the pose of a man who's hiding a secret. Betwixt both butt cheeks.
Because Gregson told me.
Oh. Okay, you got me.
I think it's been 10 years. 10 years in the laboratory, wielding my scalpel. I smell nothing but corpses and disinfectant.
A policeman on the jury had a lot to say about you as it happens, Dr. Scythe. And I have accused you of being complicit in what happened. I'm pretty sure she knows that. I'm hoping that you'll take the stand and tell the truth about what really happened.
That certainly won't be possible. Lord Van Zykes won't be summoning me as a witness. Lord Strongheart has forbidden it.
Why? Lord Strongheart says no? Well, screw Lord Strongheart. Lord Strongheart?
The Pandora's box you were warned about is the professor's case. But please don't make the mistake of thinking you'll get to any information about it out of me.
But attempting to hide from the truth, that's cowardice.
I've always
I should do like a lighter voice for her, but still snaky.
I've always fought crime in the way I see fit. I have no regrets, none at all.
That's not much better, but I don't really have a good idea for a voice for her.
That's all I came here to say. So, good day to you.
Okay, bye-bye. She mentioned it too, this Pandora's box. Whatever does it all mean?
I think Sholmes knows. There's really no cause for concern, I assure you. When the trial resumes, the meaning will become all too apparent whether you like it or not.
Oh, we're getting into the meat and potatoes, huh? Hey, yo. Huh? Sholmes, you know so much, and you're being so weird right now.
Now then, I believe it's almost time. Must make my way back to the public gallery. The edge of my seat awaits.
I think maybe you're enjoying yourself a little too much.
Ah yes, one word of warning before I go. If, in the course of the trial this afternoon, you perceive even a shadow of doubt about the truth.
Okay, this is probably important.
If, in the course of the trial this afternoon, you perceive even a shadow of doubt about the truth, don't let it out of your sight. Pursue it like a dog with a bone.
Okay. I see. So even if we're pretty confident, we should pursue the part that we aren't 100% confident on.
To the bitter end, you understand. Do not falter, whatever may come to pass.
Damn, what is he alluding to? This is gonna be some real shit. Alright, I understand. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Good. I shall make myself scarce then. I purchased a bar of caramel earlier, so I'll be gnawing on that as you gnaw away at the truth. This caramel is busting.
That's soap, dumbass. Shelb's just eating a bar of soap in the gallery. What did that warning from Mr. Sholmes really mean, I wonder? He said, if there's a shred of doubt, pursue it. And that you have to keep going once you do pursue it. Especially the bit about whatever may come to pass. I think I know what he's talking about. I'm not going to say it, though. But you'll know by my reaction later in the trial if I was right or not. It's time for the final chapter, then. I'm determined to find the truth. No matter what. No matter what. Let's go. Big Nico moment. He's going in. The Old Bailey courtroom.
In the name of Her Majesty the Queen, I hereby reconvene the proceedings of this court. Counsel for the defense and prosecution, are you ready and able to continue? The prosecution is ready, my lord.
Yes, my lord. The defense is also ready.
As the court is aware, the case under our scrutiny began with a damaging incident at the Great Exhibition. Yet we now find ourselves embroiled in the details of a convicted felon who was sent to the gallows a decade ago. His trial has certainly defied all expectation, as seems to be the fate of all trials in which this Nipponese is involved, my lord.
And I'm always right, Van Zyke, so what about it, bitch? Yeah, I'm always right, and you're always wrong. How does it feel? How does it feel, Van Zyke, that you always just can't get one?
So then, let's begin our exploration of the defense's assertion that the waxwork was cardinally involved in this matter. Lord Van Zyke, my lord, are we still awaiting the arrival of Madame Tussbells? Not at all. She is in the antechamber as we speak and ready to be summoned. Very well, bring in the witness. At once, my lord. Bailiff, show Madame Tussbells to the stand.
Things are about to become a lot more intense. Ooh, look at this angle. That's a... Ooh! He's looking angry. Angry. His body posture is very nervy. If Drebber is responsible, I'm sure he is, it means he must have had an accomplice in Dr. Scythe. And what connects the pair of them is the waxwork. Yes, the model of the professor. That's the key to the link. That's the key to the link between these otherwise unrelated individuals. It's a tenuous link, admittedly, but at present, it's all we have to go on. Okay, I'm a little congested right now, so I'm gonna go blow my nose, and I'll... What the fuck? What? What? I'm a little congested, so I'm gonna go blow my nose before I go start this, before I become French. So...
State your name and occupation for the court, please.
She's carving Sholmes.
My name is Madame Esmeralda Tussbells. Oh, I'm a waxwork artisan. Ought to make her French.
Okay, I'm gonna be right back. I'm gonna go blow my nose. I'll be right back. I also removed my sweatshirt because it's getting a little steamy in this courtroom. By that I mean my computer when streaming turns into a makeshift heater. So it was cold in my room when I started, now it's hot.
And the proprietress at Madame Tosbel's Museum of Waxer Work. No, the proprietress of Madame Tosbel's Museum of Waxer Work. You have applauded me for working as I testify.
How do I do French? Woman? I forget.
My new exhibit must open very soon.
Okay. Oh, so he can finally get a statue, does he? Now there are 2 of them in the world? 2 Sholms running around? Uh-oh. Oh my, what expression is she carving onto that face? Angie!
A number of days ago, a particular waxwork model was stolen from your museum. Can you confirm this?
Oui, that's true. At first, we believed it had been kidnapped.
Waxwork model? Kidnapped?
Yes, my lord, there was a demand for ransom money left behind by the corporate. However, according to what I have been told outside the courtroom, that was not the true reason. I understand it was utilized as a substitute for the body of a murder victim.
At present, that is no more than conjecture proposed by the defense. This is the victim of this case, of the case in question, Mr. Odie Asman.
But of course, I know him well. He's a part of my odious personages exhibit.
Odious? Yeah, because he's an odious man.
I detest to say what is evident, but Mr. Asman does not resemble the professor at all.
Yes, but perhaps their faces are very similar. I doubt that.
Are you suggesting that we should see now the damasked visage of the professor? I have here the key, but it is strictly forbidden to open the lock.
This is absurd.
Pardon?
I don't know what face you've carved into your fancy figure beneath that mask. But clearly, it won't be that of the actual killer. Indeed. His identity was never made public, after all. The trial took place in a closed court. The proceedings were strictly confidential. The condemned man was summarily executed. His identity remains a closely guarded national secret.
I was going to make a comment there, but it'd give away something.
There is no possible way that a repository of tawdry exhibits could get its hands on that information.
Oh. Que dommage. It would seem you are unaware of the Tosbel's principles.
Hey, yo. What principles?
The family Tosbel has always prided.
I'm trying to do like English and like French at the same time, and it's not working.
The family Tosbel has always prided itself on sculpting its models à la perfection.
You know Helden? Talk like him? I honestly forget what he sounds like, Ollie.
Every detail, including the visage, is fashioned with complete fidelity. Et voilà, our principes.
There is, as we all know, a legend about the Tosbel's waxworks from the time of the French Revolution. A member of the Tosbel's family is said to have made a waxwork of the queen who was executed. Hey, yo.
Oui, that's true. It was a century ago now.
I believe the queen's face was carved in the minutes following her death. Actually, at the guillotine site.
You are correct. The model is on display still today at the House of Horrors. The Tosbels will stop at nothing to obtain a faithful replica of our subjects.
Dear me, a somewhat disturbing tenacity of purpose.
It's the only way to obtain a truly lifelike representation of the subject. And it has been my family's secret for generations.
Do you mean to say that beneath that mask is the actual face? Yes.
Oui, the true visage of the killer is there.
This is ludicrous. It's out of the question.
The professor spread terror throughout Great Britain. The result, Madame Tussauds special exhibit remains extremely popular even today. A killer emerging from his own grave is a sight to behold. You should come.
I think, madame, it would be beneficial to hear your formal testimony on the matter.
Can you unlock the head, maybe? That'd be pretty cool if you could unlock the head. It's, like, covered up. Maybe? That'd be awesome.
You will explain every detail of this macabre mortal and your personal involvement in this creation.
Macabre? How do you pronounce that again?
With pleasure.
Macabre? Well, I was not even close. Every time that word comes up, I just forget. Macabre. Macabre? Like Colonel Cobb?
Oh?
Yeah. The Professor Waxwork.
Special exhibit in the House of Horrors is based on a rumor that shocked society in London. An impression of the visage was taken directly from the corpse, in accordance with Tussauds family principles. I enlisted the aid of a gravedigger and created a mold for the head in the cemetery just before the interment. I hid myself until he gave me a signal. I was there for a very long time that night. As dawn approached, I was very worried that I would be discovered.
Damn, alright.
Gravedigger, the man sanctioned this.
Oui, I will do all that is necessary to achieve the true resemblance my family is celebrated for.
You're getting more Scottish Welsh. I know, Ollie. That's what I was saying. I'm mixing English and French, and it's not working because I don't know how to do French, woman.
Nobody else knew. Only the gravedigger.
That's Welsh.
Only the gravedigger. What harm did it do, huh?
So you truly saw it, the face of that monster.
Maybe.
Naturally, I was aware of at the time that his identity was a secret. But Tussauds would not be Tussauds if we did not insist on absolute fidelity to our sculptures.
I don't believe this. I myself have seen the special exhibit at your museum, madame. A truly blood-curdling scene in which the murderer is emerging from his own grave.
The scene it depicts was the subject of many rumors in London 10 years ago.
That was pure Welsh or English.
The scene it depicts was the subject of many rumors in London 10 years ago.
I can't do it.
I have here a newspaper from the time.
Oh, whoa! We got Skeletor out here? Jesus!
The special exhibit was based upon the picture in this article.
Yeah, there's Drebber, yeah. Drebber's right there.
It was the most detailed account of what happened, as reported by the eyewitness who saw it.
The 10-year-old article has been entered in the court record. Captain Falcon? That is not Captain Falcon. That's Skeletor.
Man rises from the grave. It's too absurd for words.
The public enjoys absurdity, monsieur. That is why I have to reproduce the scene as carefully as possible in my museum.
And it's a waxwork from that exhibit that was stolen some days before the incident at the Great Exhibition, wasn't it? He looks like Captain Falcon? You are wrong. You're telling me this looks like Captain Falcon more than Skeletor? Or he looks like that one dude, like that one ghost from Scooby-Doo, like the skeleton in a spacesuit? Because that's what he looks like. Ah! Oh, Asmon! What? 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 Was the bald mask to blame for the Great Blaze? I'm gonna read this in silence. Mr. Frederick Guy. The theater has been under lease to the famed magician John Henry Anderson, and there has been some speculation that the blame for the fire lies squarely on him for his insistence on holding his ball mask there. But his magical tricks have played a trick on him, costing the city a great center for the arts. The investigation into the case is expected to continue into next month, if not beyond, according to our sources. And it's a waxwork from that exhibit that was stolen.
That is correct. That is correct. Professor, you see before you hear.
Most puzzling. Counsel for the defense, proceed with your cross-examination.
This waxwork links Drebber to Dr. Scythe, and there has to be some reason for that, which hasn't yet come to light. But I'll find it. I'll get to the bottom of what really happened. We have to remember this whole time what Sholmes said. If there's any doubt, we have to pursue the doubt. We can't just go with what seems right. We have to pursue the doubt. Also, we have to pursue it really hard. This is going to be really hard, apparently. I'll prove that Dr. Scythe and Drebber were in on this crime together. Okay.
Oui, oui. Oh, oh, Eiffel Tower. Omelette du fromage. Fromaggio. The special exhibit in the House of Horrors is based on a rumor that shocks society in London.
It's certain syllables that make me turn English.
Shocks society in London.
That's so hard to do French, because I don't know how to do French. Okay, we don't need to do that one.
An impression of the visage was taken directly from the corpse in accordance with the Tospe's family principles.
Hold it!
Okay, this could be useful. Is that true of every waxwork in your museum, then?
It is, assuming the subject is dead, of course. Live subjects have to cooperate in a similar way. I have letters from imprisoned criminals all the time, you know.
It's so English.
I have letters from imprisoned criminals all the time, you know.
Okay, they're kind of there. What sort of letters?
When my time comes, please make a waxwork of me. Oh my god. Oh monsieur.
I think. No.
My museum is famous, monsieur. To be made into a waxwork is an honor. And for some criminals, it's a symbol of status. Even.
Because nothing says hardened criminal better than wax.
Yeah. And it is thanks to one killer in particular that my museum has gained such popularity in London. I refer to the star of the special exhibit, of course. The professor.
The professor.
Whose form you claim to have captured by taking an impression from an actual corpse?
You took an impression of the actual corpse? Oh. I thought you just, looked at it. Okay.
There are no exceptions in the principles of Tospeles.
Okay.
I enlisted the aid of a grave digger and created a mold for the head in the cemetery just before the interment.
Hold it!
Hold it! Surely that's illegal, isn't it? Maybe. Why is she just admitting to this, too?
It would seem the proprietress of this repository of novelties was blinded by monetary greed.
It had nothing to do with money. The man is part of London's criminal history. That is why I had to sculpt him, record this history. It's a raison d'etre of the Tospe's museum.
But if the man was convicted in a closed court and sent for immediate execution, then surely nobody but the members of the judiciary present know the killer's true identity.
I assure you, behind that mask is hidden the true face of the professor.
Do you realize what you're saying? The professor's identity is a national secret.
I understand. And now that the truth about the special exhibit has been revealed, it must be perhaps close.
Of course it will. As will your entire museum if you don't tread very carefully, madame.
That could be another interesting chapter in the history of my family, I think, don't you?
But 10 years ago, on the night of the professor's execution, you took a wax impression of his face from the corpse.
Oui, exactamente.
Okay.
I hid myself until he gave me a signal. I was there for a very long time that night.
Hold it!
Okay, Drebber gave you a signal, I'm betting? You were there longer than you expected to be.
I had some difficulties in capturing the subject's form correctly. As I removed the mask, the mouth of the cadaver fell open, and I had some problems with the chin.
Okay. Skeletor. Dare I ask?
The man had been dead for a short while already, you see. His muscles were relaxing, and consequently his chin would not align itself correctly.
Okay.
Oh dear, what a horrible thought. Under normal circumstances, I would have an assistant with me. However, that night, I was alone, and as a consequence, I missed my preferred window of time.
So, let me get this straight. What does the article say? A gunshot rang out suddenly from behind. A bullet pierced the resurrected man's chest, whose breath then stilled once more. The youth then finally released the screen he had been holding and ran for his life. University student who experienced this shocking event is Mr. Enoch Drebber, a disciple of science at the University of London and resident of student dorms. Oh? Charles Darwin to receive Copley Medal. The Great Stink! Excuse me. That was Van Zyke's hollowed rumbling at work.
Your Honor, I sharted.
What do you mean?
When I take the impression of the visage of a cadaver, I always wait until 3 hours after death.
Why 3 hours? Is that amount of time significant?
It is because of rigor mortis.
A Wrigley Mortis? A Wrigley boy, yeah, indeed.
It's the name given to a phenomenon that occurs in recently deceased bodies. As a rule, 3 hours post-death, the muscles in the body begin to stiffen.
That's true. I know that from 5-3. Dual Destiny's Case 3.
By approximately 10 hours post-death, the entire body is completely rigid and inflexible. And then from that point on, the muscles slowly start to revert to their relaxed state.
Really?
The effect is often used to estimate the time of death when a body is discovered.
I see. Well, that was an education, if a slightly scary one.
As the mademoiselle says, rigor mortis commences 3 hours after death. It starts in the jaw.
I see. So that's why you wait.
Before that time, the mouth falls open, and it is very difficult to do my work.
It's getting hard for me to do my work with all this talk of corpses. Nah, you're fine. It's spooky season. It's literally Halloween right now. This is the perfect case to be playing. Significant. Because it's probably that... Didn't she have to do it right away? I don't know. We'll see. The information about rigor mortis that you just shared with us, would you mind including it in your formal testimony? I believe it could be significant, you see.
Of course. I do not mind. I do not mind at all.
That was... English again.
I can't help feeling that after this latest topic, the atmosphere in the courtroom has become extremely grave.
Ah! That's funny. This is no time for jokes, sussy baka! Get out of here, sussy!
Madame, kindly amend your testimony as discussed.
Bien sûr. Bien sûr. It took me a very long time, because it was before the onset of rigor mortis.
Okay. What evidence do we have? I need to review this, because we really haven't had to present anything yet. Except for this thing in the head. What is the science trophy gonna have to do with anything? That's my question. And also, what is this gonna have to do? You know what I did notice about this image? Is that he doesn't have his minus pin. Whatever that means. We've already used that. We've already used most of this, but it's still relevant. I'm gonna look at the old stuff, or the new stuff we have. Okay, so this. I'm just gonna, no, actually, I'm just gonna press, wait, what's the last statement? I'll press this, why not? Rigor mortis being the phenomenon you described whereby the corpse becomes stiff after death. I think you said that it starts at the jaw about 3 hours post-death. Is that right?
Oui, c'est ça. Of course, the exact duration depends on a little on the season.
I can't do French, dude. It's so hard. I didn't realize a waxwork artisan would be so well versed in the subject.
No, that is only elementary knowledge in the field of legal medicine.
Well, I had no idea about it, but maybe I won't admit to my ignorance about forensic science. Yeah?
I could ask my father to give you a very simple primer if you like.
No, I'm good. I think corpses should be your domain. I'm not good with them. Primer? Sliding slinger?
But here, I'll do my very best. As dawn approached, I was very worried that I would be discovered.
Hold it!
You say that dawn was approaching. What was the time of day then, approximately?
Well, I could not say. But when I left the cemetery with my utensils and wax, the morning light was becoming visible.
The execution took place on 17th June, which had the earliest sunrise of that year.
Okay.
Indeed it did. First light would have been at around 4:40 in the morning.
That really is early.
The fact is, I had very little time. I finished my work in a half hour.
That's it?
It was necessary to complete the impression and bury the body before daybreak, of course. If somebody had discovered me there, it would have been a catastrophe. So I had to hurry.
Is it me, or does Mr. Sholmes seem to be taking shape more quickly now, too? Mr. Sholmes is getting built.
You certainly appear to go to extraordinary lengths for your work, madame.
I wonder, is what she just said particularly... This is significant, for sure. The time? Definitely. Madame, the details about how long it took you to complete the sculpture and the early sunrise. Could you include them in your testimony? I believe they may be significant.
Of course, if you would like me to.
Quite right, Mr. Naruhodo. It is intriguing. A sunrise at 4 in the morning would be absolutely unimaginable at home, wouldn't it? That's not quite what I meant, yeah. It's gonna have something to do with the time of, like, rigor mortis.
Kindly amend your formidable testimony then, madame.
With pleasure, my lord.
Okay. Here's what I'm thinking. We need to look at the killer's autopsy report real quick. Midnight. Okay. He was hanged at midnight. He was dead at midnight. It took 4 hours? It took 4 hours for him to get made into wax? Let's look at the newspaper article too. When was the photo taken? Nico, you're so close. I know I'm close. I'll figure it out. Don't worry. I know I'm close, Ollie. I know. Don't worry. I'm just reading the thing on the right, like below my head. You can't read all of it, but I'm reading it. So the professor got shot. I mean, that could be a lie. Okay, Odie Asman, there he is. Photographic print of the engineer, Mr. Enoch Drebber. Wasn't this photo taken 10 years ago as well? This is 10 years ago. I don't think the science trophy is going to have anything to do with it right now. Drebber's contract. Okay. It's not this. I don't... So this was this. Okay, so Ollie, can you clarify for this me? Is it saying this article is written by Odie Asman, or this image is taken by Odie Asman, or what is this saying? What am I supposed to gather out of this? The image, the article. I think it's just the image, right? Or because this is like hand drawn, right? You know, Asman was part of the creation of that article. Yeah. That's a hand-drawn picture by Asman, right? I mean, I would assume his name's right there. And it's the same signature right here. I heard to finish... Okay, let's read the other statement real quick. It took me a very long time because it was before the onset of rigor... Ah! No. No, it wasn't. Hanged at midnight. She finished at 4:40. Rigor mortis takes 3 hours. Shut up, bozo. Hello, bozo.
Objection!
Madam Tuspels. I have here an autopsy report for what was filed 10 years ago now. It confirms the death of the professor following his execution at the gallows.
And is that a problem?
I believe it is, because your testimony and a particular detail in the report completely contradict one another.
Quoi?
Quoi? I don't know how to pronounce that. French!
Are you going to explain yourself, my Nipponese friend?
According to her testimony, Madame Tuspels was creating her wax impression just before dawn. And at that time, a rigor mortis had not yet set in. Right. All the letters are silent because it's French. Okay. Am I correct so far, madame?
You are, yes. As I said, the stiffening of the jaw is the first sign of rigor mortis. 2 to 3 hours after death. The man's chin was limp, so he cannot have been dead for a very long time.
But on the other hand, if you look at Dr. Scythe's report, it quite clearly states the following. He was killed at midnight. Death by hanging confirmed at midnight, June 17th.
No.
If the professor indeed died at midnight that day, then by the time you were sculpting his face, rigor mortis would have already set in.
Oui, yes, you are right. The chin, it would have been completely stiff.
In other words, this report is wrong.
Objection!
And false. No coroner makes mistakes when recording the time of death. The very idea is absurd.
Well, it's the same coroner who lied about this case, too. In that case, there's only one possible conclusion. The execution didn't actually take place at the stated time. Or maybe they weren't even executed right away. In the article, it says he got shot. He came back to life, then got shot. And then went back down. So maybe the execution literally didn't take place.
Order, order, counsel, this is beyond folly. Not only do you indict the author of this report, Dr. Scythe, but you also implicate members of the staff at Barclay Prison where the execution took place.
By heck, extraordinarily.
Not my day.
Objection!
Any stiff jinners in the chat?
My learned friend appears to have overlooked one very crucial fact.
What fact?
The professor died that night, without question.
Okay. When, though?
He did, of course he did. I moved the man's limp jaw with my own hands.
Objection!
Yes, the professor died that night. But what if he didn't die at the gallows?
Didn't die at? Are you insane? What exactly are you suggesting did happen in that case?
It's almost impossible to believe, but it would explain the link between Dr. Scythe, the professor, and that one other person of interest. Enoch Drebber. And Odie Asman. I have evidence that will explain exactly what I'm suggesting happened that night.
Council, present the evidence at once. The evidence that allegedly explains what really happened on the night of the professor's execution.
Okay, let me hang on. Let me reread what Ryunosuke just said. I have evidence that Dr. Sight, the professor, and that one other person of interest. Are they talking about Odie, or are they talking about Drebber? I think they're just talking about the 10-year-old article. Let me look through the evidence real quick. Oh wait, I forgot about the camera. I don't think this is it, but I just need to remember this. This has blood on it, doesn't it? On the camera there is blood. Trophy. Evidence that allegedly explains what happened the night. Well, I think it's the article, because the article says, on the left here, right here, it says a gunshot. Gunshot. The young man who witnessed the scene was on the verge of raising a shriek when, in the next sound, a gunshot rang out suddenly from behind. The bullet pierced the resurrected man's chest, whose breath then stilled once more. The youth then finally released the scream he had been holding and ran for his life. Well, I think we found our answer here.
Take that!
What happened that night is written very plainly in this newspaper article. Executed criminal returns in the dead of night at local cemetery.
You're suggesting it was a corpse coming back from the dead now?
No. Well, if this article is to be believed, then yes. The professor, assumed dead following his execution, emerged from his grave and was killed again.
Objection!
Don't be a fool. That's simply a rumor published by the gutter press.
Can you be certain of that?
Are you serious?
The point is, as the article says, there was a witness to what happened.
My word, yes indeed.
Maswa, the young man who stole into the cemetery by chance that night.
Objection!
Of course there was a witness. The story didn't write itself. But obviously the man made it all up. And in any case, this was 10 years ago now. There would surely be no hope of finding him.
Objection!
I highly doubt that. On the contrary, my lord, we all know the witness well. We all know this witness well.
What? Eh? Are you suggesting, Counsel, that you've identified the person in question? That you know who claims to have seen these utterly incredible events take place?
I do. Yes, my lord. In fact, you could say that he's right here before my very eyes.
You'll substantiate your latest claim now then, Counsel. Who was the alleged witness of this staggering scene from the cemetery 10 years ago?
Who's the alleged witness? Is this claiming Drebber or Asman? Because they're both technically witnesses. You know? You think Drebber? Well, that's interesting. Okay, so I just need to clarify one thing. Is this... So this insinuates that Asman was at the scene, right? If he took this... If he drew this image, right? I don't know. That was never fully clarified. Was Asman there to sketch this? You didn't connect shit, Swiler. I've connected them. Okay. Yeah, I think it was probably Drebber then. Who was the alleged witness of this staggering scene from the cemetery? Yeah, I mean, this is Drebber. Right now, this is Drebber. I think.
Take that!
The man in question is Mr. Enoch Drebber.
Drebber. The previous witness.
The special exhibit in the House of Horrors at Madame Tussbell's Museum of Waxwork recreates that decade-old scene in great detail. And Drebber's there. The condemned criminal emerging from the grave. And beside the tomb, the young man with a lantern stumbling upon the terrifying sight. And that young man is a 10-year younger Mr. Enoch Drebber. Wow. Wow.
Order! Surely not, Counsel. Drebber was there, in Lowgate Cemetery.
What is all this talk about Mr. Drebber? Is it the name significant?
Of course Madame Tussbells doesn't know, does she? Yes, it's extremely significant, Madame, to your situation as well, in fact.
What situation?
The theft of the Professor Waxwork from your museum some days ago was perpetrated by the very same man.
Oh? No! But that would mean...
Madame Tussbells. It would appear you know the name Enoch Drebber.
Oui? Yes, I know it. But from a long time ago in the past.
What? Oh my.
Good gracious! Explain yourself. Tell us everything you know.
Yes, of course.
More testimony? Oh.
The story of the young man and the terrible sight he witnessed at the cemetery 10 years ago was published in every single newspaper in London throughout Great Britain. However, in all of the articles, the witness was simply described as a certain young man.
Okay.
No details were published about his identity. Name was never revealed.
Okay.
That is, apart from in one newspaper.
Yeah. Odie Yasmin's newspaper.
The Daily Circus. It is the paper from which comes the article I have already shown the court.
You're saying that his full name is only publicized in that article?
Goodness me, yes, here it is. University student who experienced this shocking event is Mr. Enoch Drebber, a disciple of science at the University of London, and resident of its student dorms.
Unbelievable.
When I read the article, I went to meet with the man. This discovery of the condemned criminal coming back to life in the cemetery in the dead of night would make a perfect exhibit for my House of Horrors, whether it was the truth or not.
Oh. Okay. Okay. Alright.
I see. You went to meet Mr. Drebber in order to sculpt a waxwork of the man, did you?
Exactamente. He was studying science at the University of London. In those days, he was just a poor student. I paid him £5 to model for the waxwork. And since that time, it has been in my museum to recreate the scene of terror from the cemetery.
I think it's coming together a little bit for me. It doesn't make sense, but it's coming together. I think. It doesn't make total sense yet. Hey, do you think we could, maybe, connect the fact that Odie Yasmin, sketched that? And also, do you think we could use the key to maybe, I don't know, open up the professor thingy? The head? So 10 years ago, a young man appealed to the public about an extraordinary event he'd witnessed. A criminal who had been put to death re-emerging from his grave in the middle of the night. But the public treated his claim as nothing more than an amusing anecdote that was soon forgotten. 10 years later, the same man steals a waxwork model of the executed criminal, ostensibly to use as a body double for the victim in the case we're discussing here today. Even though the waxwork's build is a poor match for the victim, and its face is obscured by a mask. So the question is, why would the man do such a thing? Yeah, I guess why, yeah. And Zykes is like, uh-oh. He's charging up. Which brings us to 3 days ago, when the birdcage crashed into the Crystal Tower. If the birdcage had in fact contained not the body of Mr. Asmund, but the same waxwork, the coroner from Scotland Yard who investigated Dr. Scythe would have noticed immediately. And yet, she submitted this autopsy report for the victim, which the court has seen earlier. Why? Because she's involved.
Because the waxworks was that of the professor, is that what you're saying?
I mean, yeah, because she was in on it, and the professor, yeah. Dr. Scythe put her name to a document confirming the death of a condemned criminal who was still alive. Okay. A criminal whose apparent resurrection was witnessed by Mr. Drebber. But that misconduct was a deadly secret the coroner would do anything to protect. Wait. Okay, so she knowingly said he was he dead in the first autopsy report? And the second one, it was just a cover-up for the first one. Okay. Which is precisely why Mr. Drebber used that particular waxwork as a body double. Okay, to force... Oh, so maybe Scythe wasn't in on it and just was forced. Or, like, in a way, blackmailed, but not really. Because no one was technically blackmailing, but it's like, in a way, they were. Doing a little... Yeah, Drebber was doing a little bit of trolling. Swiley boy. Wait, I'm sorry. Does Tuspel's model show ankle? Isn't that forbidden in the 1890s? Or is that like, have we gotten past that by now?
Aw, damn. That witch lady ankle gonna get me acting up. Oh, man.
This court must summon Dr. Scythe to the stand. The defense is determined, to find out exactly how the coroner and Mr. Drebber are connected.
According to the missive I received this morning through the prosecutor's office, Dr. Scythe is unable to participate in these proceedings. Is that not the case?
Yeah, Mr. Big Man, Mr. Time Man said, no, you can't come in there. Why, though? She told us so herself, didn't she? Mr. Big Man.
Lord Van Zykes won't be summoning me as a witness. Lord Strongheart has forbidden it.
Lord Strongheart?
The Pandora's box you were warned about. He's the Professor Case. But please don't make the mistake of thinking you'll get any information about it out of me.
Okay, I'm gonna get information out of you, aren't I? Something happened on the night of that killer's execution 10 years ago. And surely nobody would want to get to the bottom of that more than Lord Van Sykes. He's still charging up. He's getting close.
The prosecution calls the instructions in that missive to be scrapped. Also, I farted.
Huh?
But Lord Van Sykes, the missive was issued from the Lord Chief Justice's office.
Objection!
He doesn't care.
The assigned prosecutor has the final say on policy in any particular trial.
Does he? That doesn't seem logical, but I'll take it.
In other words, me.
Okay. Kind of being a Chad right now? Yes.
Let Enoch Drebber and Dr. Scythe both take the stand together.
Hey, yo.
Order, order, order! Very well, I will uphold your request. Bailiff, send a subpoena with immediate effect addressed to Dr. Scythe of the Forensic Investigation Team. The woman is compelled to attend down Her Majesty's orders.
Alright then, Enoch Drebber and Dr. Scythe. If they weren't colluding with one another, this crime could never have been committed. I'm just a stone's throw away. I can feel it. I don't think you're a stone's throw away, dude. I think we got a whole tub of marinara sauce left to go. I don't know why I don't know what that analogy means, but just trust me. The truth behind all this is about to come out. Sholmes said if we have any doubts that we had to stop the trial and pursue the doubt. So I feel like that's going to come up. Oh, she's here. Oh, they're all on the stand. 3 of them.
Thank you for your attendance at such short notice, Dr. Scythe.
I'm disappointed in you, Lord Van Zykes. You've completely betrayed the agreed policy of both Scotland Yard and the prosecutor's office.
Anything that ends in an S, I'm just going to be a snake. I'm going to be a little snake, because she's a snake.
Betrayal is not in my nature, as long as the truth isn't compromised. If it is, if there's even a hint of wrongdoing, then no matter whom it concerns or disgruntles, I will pursue the matter to the bitter end, as would any prosecutor worth his salt.
Yeah, what are you worth in salt, Van Zykes? That's my question. 3, 4 pounds, maybe? Yeah? Well, I'll have you know I'm worth a whole U-Haul full of salt. How does that make you feel? Even with your colossal ass cheeks, what are you gonna do? What can you do? You're not worth your weight in salt, dude. Snake. Mr. Drebber, you took the victim's life by means of a machine that you constructed in your workshop. Oh, he's back. Also, I like how his suit is black now. Did we ever explain how why he has a robo-hand? Or is he just like, I wanted a robo-hand? Dr. Scythe, as the investigating coroner, you were the first to the scene to examine the victim's body. It is the belief of the defense that you collaborated with each other and were both complicit in this crime. In a free camp sandwich accident. Okay, now I have to find this video. Hang on. I have to find this video because it's literally exactly what you're talking about. Hang on. I'm gonna see if I can Google it real quick. Hang on it. It's like a dude cutting a sandwich and he can't stop putting it like his hand like underneath the knife. He's like, oh shit! Oh shit! Jeez! Oh my god! Whoa! Here, I'm gonna hang on. He's like, whoa! Whoa! Hang on, I'm gonna find it right now. I'm gonna find it right now because I have it saved somewhere. I know I do. Hang on. This is important. This is very important. You guys. Where is this? What is this? Where's the sandwich? The sandwich. This is so important. Sandwich. Sandwich. I'm so close. I know I am. I'm gonna give it one more minute. If I can't find it, I'm done. The sandwich. The sandwich. Where is it? The freak sandwich. Is it not here? I'm so sad. No. It can't be. It has to be here. I'm just wasting so much time right now, and I don't even care. It's worth it. It is worth every second. Alright, well, I don't think I'm gonna find it. This is making me so sad. Because I wanted to find it. Yep, alright, I didn't find it. You know what? It's literally just... Here, I'm gonna reenact it right now. Okay, ready? This guy's like, this is this controller will be, or my mic will be the sandwich, okay? And this is, wait. This is a knife. And this is me trying to cut the sandwich, okay? So he's like, alright, we're gonna cut the sandwich. Oh. Oh, shit. Jeez! I did a terrible reenactment, but he just keeps putting his hand in it. I'm sorry. I know that's not funny. I'm gonna get back to playing the case now. Sandwich. You collaborated with each other and were both complicit in this crime.
And where's your evidence?
At present, we have no definitive evidence, but we do have a very significant clue.
What are you talking about?
I'm talking, of course, about the waxwork. This model of the killer known as the Professor, who was sentenced to death 10 years ago.
You don't need to tell me. I witnessed the man's execution with my own eyes, and I officially pronounced him dead.
That remains to be seen.
Is that so?
According to newspaper reports from the time, on the night following his execution, the killer came back to life. What is this? Yeah, you, you found it! Wait, Abel, how'd you find it? I love this video so much. He found it!
Cut it. Oops. Oh, shit. Okay, we gotta cut. Oh, shit. Jesus. Okay, let's cut this thing. Oh, shit. Okay, let's go. I gotta...
I love this video. Oh shit! Shit! Jeez!
Oh shit! Okay, we gotta cut. Oh shit! Jesus! Okay, let's cut this thing. Oh shit! Okay, let's go.
I love that video. How'd you find that, Abel? I'm very glad you found that. The killer came back to life. Okay, let's get back to the case. Let's get back to the case.
Don't waste my time.
And the sole witness to that mysterious event was Enoch Drebber. Was you, Mr. Drebber, wasn't it? Well, I do not know. No, shutting down. If what you saw in the graveyard that night 10 years ago wasn't some chilling fiction but reality, it would make you privy to a very great secret of Dr. Scythe's. A secret so profound it could compel the coroner to agree to collaborate with you in your evil scheme, in fact. Maybe. Maybe? Mr. Drebber, tell the court. Tell everyone the truth of what you saw that night in the Lowgate Cemetery. So he was the student who saw it. You can see the resemblance actually, can't you? With the man in Madame Tespels, I mean. Surely he's not going to claim that it's reality what he saw, especially not after all these years. He was a research student at the University of London, wasn't he? A bit too clever for his own good, if you ask me. Okay. What's wrong, Drebber? What an interesting twist. Huh? When at the time, not one person would take me seriously. Yet now here we are 10 years later, and suddenly my story matters, and in a court of law, too. Hitting the yoinky. Very well then, if everyone so wishes.
Let's be frank, I'll tell you the truth of what happened that night. For what it's worth. Snake. So, Mr. Trevor, your testimony, please, about the events of that night 10 years ago. You tell the court exactly what you stumbled across in Lowgate Cemetery. Yes, of course, as you wish.
Okay, here we go. Is it Allegro time or no? Because once it gets Allegro time, you know we're getting close to the end. In the cemetery 10 years earlier.
The reason I was in Lowgate Cemetery at all 10 years ago was for a spot of moonlighting, shall we say. Yes, the illustration in that newspaper article was based on what I witnessed that night. But thinking back now, I realized that I never actually saw that professor.
This testimony's a doozy.
Good. Soon afterwards, I was visited by a young woman who sculpted a model of me from wax. Then I gave up on my dream of becoming a scientist, and it was all because of that newspaper article.
What? What? Wait a minute, you're claiming you didn't actually see the professor now?
Of course, you'd have to have a screw loose if you believed a corpse would come back from the dead.
So is he covering for Scythe right now? Probably. He's at least trying to. But, so you're saying this article is
A sham. Not worth the paper it's printed on. I think that would describe it perfectly, yes.
Ah!
If the details in the article aren't true, then it nullifies your argument for why Mr. Drebber and Dr. Scythe would have been working together.
So he's discrediting himself to cripple my argument.
Tell me, witness. You claim to have been in the cemetery on some auxiliary business. Can you elaborate? After I hit this yoinky sploinky, Your Honor. That's right, grave robbing, to be precise. Well then. As you know, Lowgate Cemetery is at the rear of Barclay Prison. So among students at the university, it had a reputation for being haunted by the ghosts of condemned convicts. Grave robbing, you say? Yes, exhuming fresh corpses to sell is reasonably lucrative. Of course, I never laid a finger on any valuables buried with the dead. So you were the one of the so-called resurrectionists, a particularly unpleasant scourge on society. Actually, my fellows and I went by another name. The repurposers. That is quite beyond the pale. You would divide retribution, sir. Yes, well, I think I suffered retribution enough. The Daily Circus eventually unearthed my name and put it in print. It cost me a great many headaches. In the end, I had to leave the university.
Well, I already know. Well, that's why he has a. That's why he hates Asbin, because Asbin wrote that article. So that'd be the motive to kill, right there. It caused me great many headaches. In the end, I had to leave the university. That was the only paper with the bad grace to identify me unambiguously, I might add. I see.
Out of interest, who drew the illustration for this article?
Is he gonna admit it?
Yes, that was the reporter who exposed me. He sketched that in front of me as I described the scene. Yoinky sploinky, activated. Obviously, as time ticked on, I bitterly regretted what I'd done. Claiming to have seen something I never truly saw. Foolish, very foolish. Ugh. Well, counsel for the defense, you may proceed on the cross-examination now.
At once, my lord. Gamer time.
Let's get this bitch.
I'm not sure who's going to be the culprit, whether it's going to be Scythe or Drebber. It probably would be Drebber, but I'm not 100% sure. Maybe it's the professor? Maybe it's Sholmes?
No, it's not Sholmes. The reason I was in Lowgate Cemetery at all 10 years ago was for a spot of moonlighting, shall we say.
A spot of moonlighting? Really?
Hold it!
Okay. By moonlighting, you mean grave robbing, do you?
Surely you only need to look at the graveyard scene and my appearance to gauge the answer to that.
Yeah, you're a robo bitch.
The lantern and the spade.
But who on earth would want to buy a dead body?
Any major hospital?
Especially if it was the, professor? A lot of people. Because no one even knew who they were. A hospital?
In order to better understand the human body, the study of anatomy is crucial to medical science. But there isn't a hospital in the world that has enough specimens to work with. Though obviously they can't openly express an interest in obtaining more by dubious means.
As aspirating scientists, we young research students had no money to work with, and as I'm sure you can imagine. So we made surreptitious arrangements with a hospital via some of our medical students' acquaintances.
Yeah, I'll take 2 toes off the most recently deceased prisoner, please.
Right away, sir. That'll be 50 shillings.
50 shillings?!
The cost of toes has gone up exorbitantly in the past couple days. I don't control the market, sir. You drive a hard bargain, Mr. Trevor. I'll take them. 3 toes, 50 shillings. We would never take anything of value from the graves. This is all for the furtherance of science, you see. That's what we all told ourselves every time we stole into the graveyards at night, spade in hand. You realize body snatching is a serious crime. If you were caught, you could expect the gravest of consequences.
Not the gravest. If you were caught grave robbing, you would not be convicted of first-degree murder. But that'd be really bad. The gravest? Stop it, Ollie. Stop it. Stop! You think you're funny? Gravest of danger?
We students were caught between the hammer and the anvil. We needed funds for research.
Professor Hairbrain said exactly the same.
I'm quite speechless at the apparent levity in which you've revealed this abhorrent behavior.
I think he's lying. Well, it is a cross-examination. Of course he's lying. But, you know, I don't think this is like... I think his whole story is completely, like, wrong. Wait, what did he say? What did he say? I missed it.
Well, if you wanted to know why I was there at Lowgate Cemetery, that's the reason. But I never expected it to end the way it did. That I regret to this day. Yes, the illustration in the newspaper article was based on what I witnessed that night.
Hold it!
Hold it! The strange happening at Lowgate Cemetery, which you now deny.
Not entirely. I ran to fetch the police at the time, you know. I was shaking like a leaf. Like a little twig in the wind. But they didn't believe a word of it. In fact, I was very nearly arrested myself.
So you went to the papers instead?
I started big with the London News, but unsurprisingly, they didn't want to know either. In the end, though, there was reporters from the gossip rags, the gutter press that came to get my story. And it spread like the plague through the capital as gossip-hungry Londoners lapped up the tale. The story was in every single paper at the time, with the exception of some broadsheets. And yet only 2 or 3 of them actually interviewed me personally. Most of the accounts turned out to be very interpretive ghost stories.
What about the article in the Daily Circus?
That particular journalist found me at my dormitory. I don't know how, but he discovered my name. So I recounted to him exactly what had happened that night.
And from your description, he drew this illustration.
Precisely. That's how I learned that the condemned man was the infamous professor. Because the reporter told me so. I had no idea myself.
How did Odie Asmund know that that was the professor? Because the reporter told me so. I had no idea myself, you see.
Newspaper reporters are wont to snoop around in matters that don't concern them. So the scene portrayed in the illustration is accurate then. Well, Thinking back now, I realize I never actually saw the professor at all, though.
Hold it!
Yes, you did. What are you talking about? Yeah.
I think I explained it already, didn't I? Lowgate Cemetery is at the rear of Barclay Prison, so it was renowned among us.
Ready?
Okay. Being haunted by the ghosts of condemned convicts.
So it was renowned among us students at the university for being haunted by the ghost of condemned convicts. Yoinky spoinky. For some absurd reason, I was scared of the graveyard at night, and as a result, only too willing to believe that nonsense about the dead coming back to life.
But you said you actually saw it.
I said what I'd seen in my mind's eye. After all, resurrection is impossible, isn't it? You'd have to be unhinged to think otherwise. Unless, of course, you have some evidence that proves I encountered the professor that night.
Kind of, but not really. Not really. I don't know. Is there any material evidence that could show he really did see the professor?
Do we have anything at all, Mr. Naruhodo?
I know. I need to present it against that irritatingly backtracking statement of his.
The point is, that night was a pivotal moment of my life.
Let's see. I need to read it again. That's the thing. He had the camera. What a wonderful machine. You really love contraptions, don't you? What about the blood on it? The blood. Blood. Look, Mr. Naruhodo, what is it? Oh, the bell is just there. Dark red stains. Yes, you're right. Looks like blood, actually. Oh my. I'm sure what you're thinking. Ha 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 ha. What about what's inside? What was inside here again? Was there anything in here? Oh, look, the cover came open. Yes, now there should be a glass plate inside. Change the plate with every new photograph. Is something wrong? There's no plate. It's been removed. Ah! Okay. Okay. Well, that is fine. I never realized that I never actually saw the professor. Well, why do you say that? You're being weird right now. You're being weird, Trevor. Why are you being odd? You're being so weird. I'm just gonna keep pressing. I'm gonna keep pressing. Keep pressing on. Dun, 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 dun.
Soon afterwards, I was visited by a young woman who sculpted a model of me from wax.
Hold it!
And you got your 5 shillings. That young woman being Madame Tussbells, of course.
Precisely. I must say, I didn't expect to run into her again like this 10 years later.
As I have explained, I went by the name published in the article, and comme ça, I found the man.
Yes, the article in the Daily Circus, I think you said.
I was a poor student with barely a penny to my name at the time. And the young lady put 5 pounds in front of me.
So you readily consented to having a waxwork of yourself made and gave permission for it to be put on display.
I did. I should sell what little I had to sell, I concluded.
Ah, oui, I remember it now. I purchased something else from you that day. N'est-ce pas? N'est-ce pas?
I did? She did? A Yoinky Sploinky tutorial, maybe?
Did you? I can't say I remember.
What was it, madame?
His camera.
Eh? Can I have the photo that you found? Inside the camera?
Oh yes, I made a point of taking it with me whenever I made an excursion into a cemetery.
You took a camera with you, sir. To what end?
to record the details of bodies I disinterred. But I had no intention of ever visiting a graveyard again after that night, so I sold it.
Oh, I see.
But I still have it, monsieur. It's part of a special exhibit in my House of Horrors.
So that's the actual camera. That's the actual camera in there.
I'm very meticulous about such details. It is the Tosper's way. It would seem, then, that this is the very camera Mr. Drebber took with him to Logate Cemetery on the night in question.
Yes, interesting. The details of the camera have been updated in the court record. Then I gave up on my dream of becoming a scientist, and it was all because of the newspaper article.
Hold it!
Okay, I think I know where we're going with this. This article, you mean, published in the Daily Circus. Yes, somebody informed the dean that it was my name that appeared in the art. Somebody informed the dean that it was my name who appeared in the article. Okay. And carelessly let slip that night after night I was digging up graves. Hardly a model student, you might say. The university's reputation was execrably defiled, and I was expelled as a result.
Mon Dieu, I had no idea.
And having been run out of university, you found employment in somewhat specialist trade.
You combined your knowledge of science with knowledge of stage magic. Create various experimental machines intended to demonstrate never-before-seen technology, and you used those deceptive machines to trick the government and private investors into giving you money. Maybe. And what if I did? What are you going to do about it? Professor Hairbrain was just your latest victim, wasn't he? Whatever are you talking about? I have no recollection of doing anything of the sort.
Snake. Snake.
What's Drebber up to? Why would he suddenly change his tune and recant his claim?
I wonder if perhaps it's because his circumstances have changed now.
What circumstances?
Well, if he admits to having seen the professor emerging alive from his grave 10 years ago, it will expose a secret in Dr. Scythe's past that she would desperately want to hide.
Yes, of course. If Drebber and Dr. Scythe are working together now, then if Drebber were to betray her, there would be no reason for her to continue to cooperate. Yes, that's what yeah. In that case, there's only one way around it. I'll have to prove he really did see it. Prove he really did see the professor's corpse coming back from the dead, as he originally claimed.
Yes, Mr. Naruhodo, exactly.
Okay, so it's clearly statement 3. It's just a matter of what evidence. I mean, the camera got updated, but there's no image in it, so I don't think we can. I don't know. We can't actually physically prove. IDK probably the updated blood. I mean, we are no blood, but like, that doesn't. It's not 100%. You know what I mean? I mean, it's probably the answer because it got updated, but I don't really fully understand why. I'm just going to review everything real quick. So he was there. He was dead. Skeletor came out of the ground. Okay. It's good. Bad Sheep Rampage. The Great Stink. The Great Blaze. It's all connected. The Great Blaze! That's an investigations moment. Okay, I assume it's just that camera. I haven't saved in a while. Let's just do that just in case. Yeah, he did. The Great Stink. Yeah. The Great Stink. Man, he's just so smelly. Yuck.
Objection!
Okay, well, wasn't not the camera. Okay, well, that's good. I didn't think it was. Oh, no, go back. Okay, wait, to prove this statement, that's 100%. What could prove... What could prove that you saw the professor? One hundo. One hundo. Is it going to claim I haven't examined this? Okay, no, it did. Okay, good. I mean, could it be the waxwork head? Because he had that in his possession. No. Let me think about this. Thinking back now, I realize I never actually saw the professor at all. Can you see all the evidence? No. No. What could prove that he really did see it coming back? Photograph of balloon? No. The photo of Drebber. Yeah. No, Ollie. Not the birdcage. We already did the camera, so it's not that. Science trophy? Royal Science Award. The waxwork head. I mean... You have to double press? I'll try. Yeah, I'm surprised there wasn't a pursuit in that. What are you talking about? Okay, it's not this. It's definitely not this. Unless it's like a pursuit that you have to realize. Let me see all the statements. This is the only one that it could be, really. And afterwards, I visited a young woman. Uh-huh. Yes. Okay. The illustration in that newspaper article is based on what I witnessed that night. This is just like moonlighting. Based on what I saw that night. I never actually saw the professor. We need to prove that he did. And afterwards, I visited a young woman. It's not that. It could, I guess, be 5. Maybe. I'm very doubtful it'd be 5. And it was well because of that newspaper article. Well, this would... Statement 5 would prove that he'd have a motive to kill Asmon. But this isn't what we're trying to do right now. What do we have? The illustration is based off what he saw, though, so how did they do the illustration? That's my question. That's what I'm saying, Abel. That's what I'm saying. The Great Stink. Mr. Drebber's dreadful encounter. Skeletor's up there. Odie Asmon. This is... So, Abel, I'm not sure you probably figured this out by now, but Odie Asmon is the victim in this case. He died. And... If he ruined Mr. Drebber's life with this article, then that's grounds to kill him. It's the third statement, right, Ollie? You can tell me. So I'm gonna double check. Okay. This seems like... I don't know. Because the only hunch I have right now... It's 2 or 3. It's definitely not 2. It's not that. If we just had the image from that camera, this would be a lot easier, but he probably got rid of it. Or maybe he didn't. I'm gonna double press this, actually. Because, like, how would you have known what you witnessed that night? Did you take a picture, maybe? Did you take a picture? No. Okay. Can I see the picture? Okay, it's not that. I don't think. You were right? What does that mean, Ollie? It's stupid. It's 3. Well, obviously it's 3. 3, it's been very apparent that it's 3, because, like, Sussy Baka was like, we need to prove that he did see it. And the guy's like, I didn't see it. When I was right on my evidence, it's awful. Okay, let me think about this, Ollie. I'll give it like a couple minutes. And if I don't figure it out, just tell me. I realize I never actually saw the professor at all. Does it? Okay, here's my question, Ollie. Does it literally make no sense at all? Or in retrospect, would you be like, I mean, I guess. I suppose. It makes, like, 2% sense. A sliver of sense. Okay. Let me give me, like, a couple minutes, Ollie. I'll see if I can come up with something. While I dance. Because I get to listen to more music if I don't get it right. Killer's autopsy report. I mean, it could just be the article where it's like, the bullet pierced the resurrected man's chest, but that doesn't prove that he saw it. Because he got shot again, potentially. Yeah, this is, I mean, that would make sense, Abel, because down here it says, the young man witnessed the scene on the verge of raising a shriek when, in the next second, a gunshot rang out suddenly from behind. The bullet pierced the resurrected man's chest, whose breath then stilled once more. Over here on the left is what it says. My head's blocking it, so I read it out loud. But that doesn't... Here's the thing. That doesn't prove that he saw it. Thinking back now, I realize that I never actually saw the professor at all. We have to prove something that he did see it. He saw it. He saw it! Oh. Huh. Ollie, let's just go... Is it this? It's not this, right? You can tell me if it's this, though. Is it the 10-year-old article? That'd be my guess. It's this? It's this? I'm good at the game? I'm good at... What? I'm just cool as hell, Ollie. I'm just built like that. And Abel's built like that. Just feels so redundant. It definitely does feel redundant.
Objection.
This is... Plus, he's claiming that this newspaper's fake. So why are we presenting it as fact? I don't get it. Sorry, Mr. Drebber, but I don't believe that. Don't believe what? Your latest claim. You did see the professor on that night 10 years ago. Oh dear, we seem to be at odds, but I was there, and you were not. I know what I didn't see. That's quite an argument. I was there, you were not. Shut up. The illustration with this article was drawn based upon what you told the journalist that... Oh! I mean, that makes sense. Okay, Ollie, that does make sense. He told the journalist what he saw. It is redundant, but it does make sense. He saw Skeletor, a figure emerging from a tomb wearing an iron mask. Wait, he was wearing the iron mask? What?
Yes, when the killer was tried 10 years ago. It was decided in the closed court's ruling that the man would wear the mask to hide his identity.
Then how the hell does Tough Spells have the key? That's my question. What? Why does she have the key to open it? What? Or that's the wax. Okay, that's the waxwork. Okay, that's not the actual thing. It's just true to form. Okay, I thought for a second I was onto something.
It wasn't to be removed even during his execution and subsequent burial. Not even the prison wardens were to see the man's face.
She has her key. Yeah, I figured it out now.
But obviously the provision of this mask was not public knowledge.
You know, this whole case would be a lot simpler if we just crack open her waxwork. Can we just like, boop, open it up and see what's in there? Or are we gonna find something totally shocking that's like, oh no, but I must keep going? I wonder. So, Mr. Drebber, as you've just heard, a lowly student of the University of London certainly wouldn't have known about the condemned man's mask. So unless you'd actually seen the professor that night, it's inconceivable that the artist would have included the mask in the illustration. Okay, that's bullshit. How am I supposed to tell that Skeletor was a metal mask? But, I mean, it makes sense.
Order. Well, Mr. Drebber.
Guys, I have a hunch. I think I connected the dots, as I will say, that I know who's under that professor mask. You know why I know? I won't tell you. I won't tell you, but I'll give you my reasoning later. No, I'm not saying it, Ollie. I know who's under there. It's a government secret. It's a vile scene, isn't it, if you look closely? Huh? And as I've already been to pains to point out, I was utterly petrified. Which is why I had it in my head that I'd seen such a blood-curdling sight. Why is he, like... His hands, like, going doki doki over there. But afterward, I came to my senses and realized that I'd been mistaken. You're still saying you didn't see it? Think about it. It all boils down to the face.
If you're stubbornly sticking to that story, witness, then amend your testimony to explain exactly how you think your eyes deceived you.
Of course, only too happy to oblige. I can't believe he's still not going to concede to the point. Okay, here we go. What I in fact witnessed was a fellow grave robber at work. What?
Hold it!
A fellow grave robber? What are you talking about? Well, I wasn't the only one busy at the cemetery that night, you know. Other body snatchers were at work. Of course, when I saw one emerging from the hole he dug, my heart very nearly stopped. So that's the terrifying sight I actually saw, you see.
You're claiming it was just another student on equally insalubrious business as yourself.
Many of the medical students would wear metal masks to protect them from bacteria during dissections. Metal masks? Wasn't like a popular metal back then, like lead? Didn't like people make silverware out of lead before they realized it was poisonous? Clearly, the fellow was using such a mask to protect his anonymity, wouldn't you say?
Objection!
I don't know about that. There's more to the story, isn't there? The article goes to say, in the next second, a gunshot rang out suddenly from behind. A bullet pierced the resurrected man's chest, whose breath then stilled once more. Yeah, you had to have told Asmund that. He didn't know that. He wasn't there.
We might assume that the sexton discovered the miscreants at work, perhaps, and fired upon one of them.
That's what they call you, Ollie? I bet. If a gravedigger had shot someone in the cemetery, I think it might have been a rather big news, my lord.
Ah, yes, well.
I can only assume it was an embellishment.
Strange.
I can only assume it was an embellishment bolted on later by the reporter. Are you sure about that? She's not too happy about that. She has something to say about it. Sir?
Excuse me!
Sir? Madame Tuspels, don't take it out on Mr. Sholmes. Yeah, don't take it out on Mr. Sholmes.
Oh la la, pardon. I was lost in my thoughts.
She was lost in the sauce, is what she was. Would it be fair to say that Mrs. Drebber's last remark was significant to you in some way? Maybe.
I thought it was a little strange, that is all. And Monsieur Drebber will claim this now.
If you don't mind me saying, madame. What are you talking about?
Well, when I met you 10 years ago at your university dormitory, you recounted to me about your adventures in the cemetery, no? Including the gunshot.
The gunshot! Stop. Shutting down. Meow. Meow. Okay, I'm Oh god, what is going on? You might want to watch your tongue, you know. Why?
Objection!
Oh, because she's in on... They're all in on it, aren't they? In some capacity. I think Madame Tussbells is just like, was bribed to give the statue. Was like, yeah, sure. But, I mean, in a way, they're all in on it.
Have a care, Drebber. That's no way to speak to a lady.
Grrr. Please, Madame Tussbells, carry on.
Of course. According to what Monsieur Drebber told me at the time, he did hear a gunshot from behind him, and the bullet hit the condemned man.
I said nothing of the sort.
No, I said nothing of the sort. That was Van Zyke's voice. Kazuma's sole role is to bring more wine bottles. He does do the slash where he opens the cork, and also, if Van Zyke needs to read something, he gives him the scroll. That's all he's done this whole time. You have to wonder, why is he here?
No, you are very explicit about the details. How about the mask the figure was wearing? And the blood that spattered over you when he was shot?
Oh, it's camera time. Camera time. Enough. Shut up, woman. You're making all this up.
Blood! Blood! That blood!
That will do. Mr. Drebber.
Yes.
You reviewed the account just given by You reviewed the account just given by Madame Tussbells.
I have no recollection of ever saying those things. Come on, do you really expect us to believe you?
Control yourself, counsel. I will not permit baseless accusations in my courtroom.
Right. We have the camera. We literally have the camera.
Under the circumstances, I think it's best you supplement your testimony with a statement to clarify your position on this witness.
Very well. Error. Shutting down. Starting up. There was no gunshot from behind me at all, nor any spattering blood. I bet. Camera! Camera!
Objection!
Mr. Drebber, do you remember this camera?
But that's the camera from that fateful night.
Yes, we borrowed it from the House of Horrors. It's the camera you took with you to the cemetery that night, Mr. Drebber. Maybe. And is that supposed to be significant? Yes. This kind of camera is rarely seen in our homeland, so my colleague and I were keen to examine it closely. We noticed that the lens extends forward on the end of some bellows.
Blood!
Hold it!
Who? Has he ever said hold it? Has Van Zyke ever said hold it yet to this point? I'm sorry. Is that not the first time I've ever heard Van Zyke say hold it? Okay.
What's that just on the bellows? It looks like a dark red stain.
Ah. That's right. A rather conspicuous mark here on the bellows, in fact.
Good lord! Are you suggesting?
Yes, my lord. It would appear to be a spatter of blood.
Something that could be confirmed with a simple chemical test. Isn't that right, Dr. Scythe?
Ooh, whose blood would this be?
It would be difficult to determine if it was human blood, not the blood of some animal. But yes, to test whether or not it is blood at all is simple enough.
I propose that Madame Tussbell's testimony was correct, and that on the night in question 10 years ago, You were spattered with blood from the gunshot wound. Well, I. And furthermore, you really did witness the condemned professor emerging from his tomb. We're gonna get him. We're gonna get him. There's simply no way you could have forgotten such a traumatic experience. In other words, the only explanation is that you're trying to hide the fact that you saw the professor that night.
Objection!
But why? Why would he want to do that?
Well, not for his own gain, it would seem.
For whose then? Who could benefit?
Scythe? Mr. Drebber is obviously lying in order to protect somebody.
My goodness, he's shielding someone.
Error. Yes, my lord, and clearly. It's someone who doesn't want the truth about the professors coming back to life to be exposed.
Well, counsel, who is it then? Who is this witness trying to protect by lying about what he saw on that night?
Courtney Scythe.
Snake. She's a sneaky snake.
Woman is online! Oh, I can't zoom into that. Okay, well, Courtney Scythe.
Take that!
The obvious answer is Dr. Scythe.
Scythe. Whatever do you mean? A snake.
Imagine if the convict who'd been sentenced to death was not in fact killed. Imagine if that was to come to light.
What are you insinuating?
And imagine if the convict in question was the country's most hated mass murderer. If it was the professor.
That would be an unprecedented scandal.
Objection!
This is beyond a joke. Need I point out that the dead cannot come back to life? What you're suggesting would mean that the execution never actually happened.
Yes. Yes, that's exactly what it would mean.
Objection!
Once a man is sent to the gallows, he hangs. No one could escape, not in Great Britain.
Objection!
But the fact is, there was a witness to the fact that the man did escape his hanging.
If that were really true, counsel, the implications of misconduct would not stop at the supervising coroner. It would taint the honor of the entire judiciary from the ground up.
And Scythe's like, you don't want to do that, do you? Maybe. And it's exactly because of those monumental repercussions that Dr. Scythe would consent to any demand made of her by someone who threatened to expose the secret. That's right. Even if it meant being complicit in a crime.
You mean?
I mean that Dr. Scythe wasn't collaborating in Mr. Drebber's wicked scheme. She was coerced into collaborating in order to protect her decade-old secret. She switched the body of Mr. Asmund with the waxwork model and fabricated the autopsy report.
Yeah!
Leg? Hang on. Oh god. Jesus Christ. I just knocked a lot of stuff over. Okay, we're good. Luckily my camera didn't fall over. It almost did. That one was violent? Yeah, because I'm a violent person. Lord Van Zykes! He's upset.
Pray forgive my hollowed ass cheeks pressing against this divine bench. Pray forgive my freshly filled hollowed chalice, and a whole raft of other discourtesies now. Goodness me!
He's got the leg, he's got the chalice, he's got the cheeks. Is there anything he doesn't have? The conviction? He doesn't have. That's true. That's true. I like how. What is the defendant doing right now? What is Science Boy doing right now? What is he doing? Like, we haven't even talked about him in like 2 hours now. He's pogging. He's just sitting in the corner.
It's just the sort of tall-tale Londoners would enjoy, I grant you. An executed killer rising from the dead, a Scotland Yard cover-up, a conspiracy at the highest levels. So let me ask you one thing.
What's that?
If the condemned man really did emerge from his tomb that night only to be shot in the chest, who pulled the trigger? Ooh! And disposed of him forever.
We have too little information to work out at present, I think. I couldn't agree more.
The Old Bailey is no place for wild fantasies.
Ugh.
And have you considered this, my learned Nipponese friend?
Consider what?
You realize just what a dangerous endeavor it would be to coerce this woman into such a...
Oh no, that's Finn Sykes.
Do you realize what a dangerous endeavor it would be to coerce this woman into such criminal activity? It's tantamount to declaring war on the entire British police force and judiciary.
Quite! Hard to imagine any sum of money being offered for research could warrant it. To rely on some staged deception when so much is at stake would be madness. Ha ha ha. Ah 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 ah. Take out. Ah ah ah. I am vampire.
Well, Slyer, did you see that photo I put in Discord the other day?
I think I'm in the Old Bailey.
Every courtroom got that racist, 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 racist.
Holy shit, I think I accidentally entered the Old Bailey. Yeah, that's what happens. What happens when you enter the Old Bailey?
Let's just declare war on Britain right now. Then I can overthrow the government, and by the end of the game, I can be king of Britain. So I think we're getting too close to our goal.
And this was no petty crime either. The victim was murdered. A man who'd already invested money into the venture and would be instrumental in future profits too.
Yes, I have no reason to kill Mr. Asman at all. Yes, you do! You said you gave up your life as a scientist because of him. Or are you forgetting that his death results in me receiving not a single penny? The court is already aware of the contract between myself and the victim, no.
Ooh, there's the contract, that's very true.
The motive for this case runs deep, though. I can feel it. Using threats to force the head of the forensic investigation team to cooperate is extreme. Especially for a government grant he had no guarantee of receiving in the first place. The grant money wasn't the aim. He wanted revenge for ruining his life. If that wasn't the motivation, that means Mr. Drebber's motive wasn't money at all. He was just trying to kill Mr. Aspen. But why? What was his motive then? I think I know.
Your time is up, my learned friend. I'd say you have one last chance before the jury lose their patience with this charade.
Ooh!
Let's see if you can back up your heady proposal, shall we?
Kasuma's like, yeet! The dodge. He didn't even flinch, just out of the way.
How do you explain why this engineer would throw all caution into the wind and threaten his own country?
At this point, I'm not prepared to listen to more of this outlandish conjecture without proof. So, counsel, present your evidence.
Alright. Who exactly was Mr. Asman to Drebber? There's a connection there that no one's seen yet. And I'm gonna have to present 2 pieces of evidence to show what it is. I know what it is. I know exactly what it is. It's the article and it's the contract. Because they both have the signature on it. Yes, my lord. The evidence that establishes a motive and explains why the witness wanted the victim dead is right here. I knew it was going to come up. I knew it was going to be I was gonna have to present this and say, Odie Asmund, look, he's right there. And then they were gonna be like, why is it? Why that? Who say that's his signature? There it is. There's the real signature. People Pog Champion right on top of you. Wow. The evidence that establishes a motive and explains why the how many times have we presented this article now? Like 4?
Take that!
Okay, that's one of them. It's this newspaper article, my lord.
That was written 10 years ago, and every detail has been examined already. What can it possibly tell us?
That dribble should have never been written. It's typical gutter press nonsense that means nothing. Yes, on its own, it isn't particularly significant. However, when considered alongside another piece of evidence, it will completely explain your motive for wanting Mr. Asmund dead. You couldn't be a scientist because he ruined your life.
What other evidence?
Counsel, you will present your supplementary evidence without delay. The evidence, which when cross-referenced with the newspaper article, establishes a motive for the deed.
The Drebber contract, because his signature matches. It's the same signature. This is the guy that died, and this is the guy who also wrote the article about Drebber.
Take that!
It's this contract, my lord. Mr. Drebber, this is the contract you signed with Mr. Asmund. Yes, that's right. The very document, in fact. That proves I had no reason to kill the man. No, it proves that it's... Well, it doesn't prove that you did want to kill him explicitly, but the link proves it. No, I'm afraid not. What? There's something very significant that this newspaper article and the contract have in common.
Really?
And it's that common link that shows very clearly why you were determined to kill Mr. Odie Asmund.
It seems the defense has uncovered something the rest of us have missed. So, my learned friend, point out what these two pieces of evidence have in common. Where exactly is the link between this newspaper article and the contract?
Wow. Right here. It's the name! Take that! What these two pieces of evidence have in common is a signature.
A signature?
The signature on the illustration that accompanies the 10-year-old article and the signature on the contract is the same. Belongs to the same person.
What?
As the court has heard, this illustration was drawn 10 years ago by the newspaper reporter who found Mr. Drebber and interviewed him about his ordeal. If you look closely, the reporter's signature can be seen in the bottom right corner of this drawing. And if you look at the contract here, which was signed between the witness and the victim last year, you can clearly see Mr. Asmund's signature at the bottom.
Let me see now. Good lord, yes! They're identical!
In short, the journalist who drew the illustration and wrote the article published about Mr. Drebber 10 years ago was the victim of this case, Mr. Odie Asmund.
Shutting down.
He actually is shutting down.
But explain to the court why. Why would that constitute a motive for the witness to murder Asmund?
Well, if you think back, you'll remember that Mr. Drebber talked about that article in his testimony.
Grave robbing, you say?
Yes, exhuming fresh corpses to sell is reasonably lucrative.
That is quite beyond the pale. You would invite divine retribution, sir.
Strawberry Jello. Yes, well, I think I suffered retribution enough. The Daily Circus eventually unearthed my name and put it in print. It caused me great many headaches. In the end, I had to leave the university. That was the only paper with the bad grace to identify me unambiguously, I might add. What's up, Colossal? Hello. Then I gave up on my dream of becoming a scientist, and it was all because of the newspaper article. Uh-oh. What are you going to say to that, Drebber? At the time, you were a student of the University of London who dreamt of becoming a scientist. However, this single newspaper article changed your entire life. Yes, it did.
So Mr. Asmund used to be a newspaper journalist, did he? He did, my lord. In fact, it's a widely held belief that Asmund managed to position himself at the heart of his criminal network, thanks to the many dubious connections he made during his time as a reporter.
Ugh. So you had to give up on your dream and leave university. You lost everything. Eventually you found yourself working in the field of science, but only in the shadows. And all because of that article written by Mr. Asmund.
Enough. Enough.
Okay. Quick yoinky for the road.
Stop this endless drivel about my life.
What?
Explain yourself, Mr. Trevor.
Yes, it's true. I had to leave the university as a result of that article.
But it was just the straw that broke the camel's back.
Okay. What do you mean?
Almost every student of science in the faculty was too poor to actually conduct any research. But they struggled on with their hypotheses anyway. We all did, only to have them taken by vultures. Sooner or later, you knew your ideas would be stolen and patented by some wretch or other, after all.
Okay.
Good gracious! Making a name for yourself as a scientist in a climate like that was a miracle only a select few geniuses could ever hope to achieve. Personally, I wasn't one of those geniuses, so it was hardly a wrench. Being forced out of the university because of low gain was the best thing that could have happened to me.
Objection!
I don't know about that. Mr. Trevor, do you genuinely believe that?
Of course I do. Who's better placed to know whether or not I possess a talent for science than me?
I'm sorry to say that your words don't ring true at all.
How dare you?
Yeah, you have the trophy. And I have evidence to prove it. The trophy!
How are you in position to say anything about me? You don't know where I don't know you from Adam. Adam? Fine, if you think you have evidence, go ahead, show it. What could possibly have to you possibly have to disprove the idea that I was happy to leave university because I lacked talent? Los trofitos. Los trofitos.
Take that!
Do you remember this, Mr. Trevor? We found it at your workshop.
Is that a Royal Society trophy for excellence in science? What exactly is this trophy, Council? El trofeo. Los trofitos.
That's what I'm saying. It's the greatest honor that can be bestowed on a young scientist, my lord.
There is no higher accolade. It recognizes emerging talent and promises a bright future. Good gracious!
Your prospects for the future were excellent, weren't they, Mr. Trevor? Because even then, you were a genius in your field. But you lost everything. You had no more future. Your talents would go to waste. All as a result of this one newspaper article. I don't know when you realized who Mr. Asmund was, but when it dawned on you that he was the same journalist who 10 years ago ruined your life, it's abundantly clear that you had no intention of forgiving the man. Uh-oh. Uh-oh.
The truth is.
Finally, he's gonna fold. Maybe. This trial's not over. It's definitely not over. Oh, hold it. Hold it. Who? Who? Scythe. Psst, is she gonna cover for him?
Ha. Fine. Clearly this has run its course now.
What?
I admit it. All of it. All of it.
What? What are you doing?
It's exactly as the Japanese man says. I was coerced into going along with this man's plot to murder the victim. On the condition that he kept my dirty secret from 10 years ago.
No. Good Lord!
Okay. We're getting into it.
Dr. Scythe, do you realize what you're saying, woman? Slag.
It's all true. It's all true. That day, when I arrived at the Crystal Tower and saw the birdcage, my heart nearly stopped beating.
It was him.
That memory from a decade ago I had done my best to bury deep inside myself. It was the professor again, staring at me in the face. And then, before I had the chance to react, I noticed something else.
There's a letter in it.
There was a note tucked inside the model's jacket.
Snag.
Dr. Scythe, you will go along with my plan. From someone who knows the truth about what really happened that night 10 years ago.
All the instructions were there in the note. Every detail was meticulously written out. I had no choice but to do what it said. I made the necessary alterations to the scene and fabricated the autopsy report as instructed. There was really no other choice. It had to be done to protect the judiciary.
That's not an S. Judiciary.
I can only apologize now.
When is your child gonna come into this? Because you have a child that we met once and never learned the name of. So, why on earth would you buckle now?
Well, there's no point in trying to hide it anymore, is there? I would have done anything to stop it coming out, even collaborate in a murder. But the great lie that execution 10 years ago has been exposed. Whatever happens, I'm finished.
So then, Mr. Drebber, what do you say to that? Your accomplice has admitted everything. Is he gonna go nuts? Is he gonna go nuts? Surely it goes without saying. No! Oh, this was the point! This was the point Sholmes was talking about. It seems like things are going our way. If we have a sliver of doubt, I admit nothing at all. Wait, no? I thought he was gonna admit it. What? Have you forgotten that the kinesis machine was ripped to shreds by an explosion? You have a sliver of doubt? In a way, I guess. Short of me admitting to a crime, there's really no possible way for you to prove I did anything wrong. No! We got this.
Order!
Whatever this man says, I admit everything. He threatened to expose my secrets, so I went along with his plan. And Lord Van Zyk's.
Yes.
I hope you'll accept my apologies. What happens next is in your hands, of course.
Ooh, look at that smile. She's devilish.
I've heard more than enough now. I hereby present the final findings of this court.
Hey, yo?
This trial is not the proper forum in which to pursue the alleged wrongdoings of Mr. Trevor. The defendant is Professor Albert Harebrain.
That's true.
Very true. It had slipped my mind.
Yeah, he's pogging in the corner right now. Isn't he one of your closest friends?
As the court has heard, Dr. Scythe has admitted to the allegations brought by the defense, thereby absolving the defendant of any possible guilt.
You mean? No, there's a sliver of doubt. Drebber refuses to admit that he killed anyone. He refuses. What if he didn't? I don't see how he couldn't have, but what if he didn't? What if he didn't kill anybody? What if someone else was there at the scene? Ah! Maybe. I don't know. We'll have to see.
At the present time, it's the conclusion of the court that the defendant was not involved in any wrongdoing. Does the prosecution have any objection? None, my lord.
Oh, congratulations, Mr. Naruhodo. You've proven Professor Harebrain's innocence. But he refuses to admit. Why would he refuse to admit? If he wasn't actually guilty, he would refuse to admit. If he was guilty, he'd be like, ah, you got me.
Without further ado, then, the adjudication. Unless the prosecution and defense have any other matters to discuss.
Ooh. I don't know. This doesn't feel quite right. Why did Dr. Scythe suddenly admit to it like that? Because they were worried about something getting opened. The Pandora's box. No. Everything alright, Mr. Naruhodo? Is this gonna, answer, this is gonna answer a lot. I mean, maybe, Ollie. Like you said before, the way this trial is set to end now, the judge will certainly deliver a verdict of not guilty. In a way, Ollie, yes. The judge will certainly deliver a verdict of not guilty. But is that really what we want? Well, I mean, we do want not guilty, but is that really what happened? What the defense should be pushing for now is further testimony from Drebber.
Objection!
The defense objects to the trial ending at this time. Yes, it is. Yes, it is, Abel. I'm an anime lawyer. We were explicitly told before the trial started, hey, if you have any doubts, you need to keep pressing on. Just trust me.
I beg your pardon.
We demand one final testimony.
What? You do realize I'm about to adjudicate in favor of your client, I presume? What are you playing at now, my Nipponese friend? Why would you want to obstruct the conclusion of the trial at this point? No defense lawyer in his right mind would do that. Colonel.
Mr. Naruhodo, what exactly are you thinking? The truth, the whole truth. And a way to bring it all out into the open. Right. Yes, in hindsight.
Ah, yes, one word of warning before I go. If, in the course of the trial this afternoon, you perceive even a shadow of doubt about the truth, don't let it out of your sight. Pursue it like a dog with a bone. To the bitter end, you understand. Do not falter, whatever may come to pass.
I'm sure Mr. Sholmes knew. He must have deduced that this would happen. Yes, I'm here in court to advocate for my client, and to secure an acquittal.
Obviously.
But that's not all. I believe that I have a duty to the court to pursue the whole truth of the case until the very last detail is laid bare. And that is why the defense calls for further testimony from Dr. Scythe. Testimony from me about what? About the nature of your collaboration with Mr. Enoch Drebber. Ha! In case it's already escaped your attention, I've already admitted to everything I did.
The whole truth has been already been revealed. So stop wasting everyone's time. Ugh. As his lordship made very plain, your client will get the acquittal you wanted for him. There's simply no point protracting this business further with another tedious cross-examination.
Objection!
Van Zykes is on my side. Gone.
Pray forgive my careless handling of that hollowed bottle. I slipped.
Gone.
Pray forgive the discourtesy of my hollowed ass cheeks.
That's what you call it?
What is your objection, Lord Van Zykes? The prosecution also calls for supplementary testimony from the witness.
Don't be stupid.
If there is more to this case than has yet come to light, then I will join my learned friend in pursuing the facts until the bitter end.
You'll what?
Lord Van Zykes.
This is most irregular, to say the least.
Base Zykes. Yeah. I've said this before, but the thing about Zykes is that he wants the truth. He's not trying to scam you. He's a douche. Don't get me wrong. He's a racist douche. But at the same time, if you prove him wrong, he'll be like, well, you got me. And if you say, like, you want the truth, he'll be like, I want the truth too.
However, as the prosecution also calls for it, I will uphold the request. Dr. Scythe, you will testify for the court, explaining the full extent of your involvement in the murder apparently committed by Mr. Drebber, not Dr. Drebber.
Aye. Very well.
Okay. This is probably the last testimony, I assume. It has to be it. The waxwork plot.
It all began at the scene when I saw the waxwork on the note tucked inside its jacket. The actual body of the victim, as indicated in the note's instructions, was beneath the experimentation stage. The body had to be arranged in certain ways to implicate the defendant, which was my job.
Okay.
I enlisted the help of the entire forensic investigation team to dress the scene appropriately. The truth about the execution 10 years ago is a state secret at the highest level. I had to protect it.
This testimony could take 10 minutes or 2 hours. I got it, Ollie. I got it. I don't got it. Cut to me 2 hours from now, I don't got it. Just me banging my head against the table. So I was right. The stage and the machine were all specially designed for the deception.
So it seems, and all meticulously prepared. You did well to see through it. You're a very shrewd boy.
Don't look at me like that. Don't look at me like that, Mobby. So kind of you to say.
What about this autopsy report then? All I did was record the location of the body as being in the Crystal Tower instead of under the stage.
That's all?
That's all? That's terrible corruption. Only my team were aware of the deceit, and then only under my explicit instructions. Nobody else at Scotland Yard knew anything about it, I assure you.
We must be thankful for small mercies, I suppose. Well, I believe the testimony has clarified everything. There's no particular need for cross-examination, I would say.
No, there is. No, I disagree. I can't shake the feeling that something's wrong. Just look at that expression on Dr. Scythe's face. Yeah, she's being sneaky like a snake would be. It's the defense's right to cross-examine any witness following testimony.
What is it about you Japanese that makes you all so doggedly persistent?
Because I'm cool. I'm cool as hell. I'm literally an anime protagonist.
Very well, if you so desire, counsel, proceed with the cross-examination.
Yes, my lord. This should be it. I'm pretty sure this is it. Alright, gamer time. The waxwork plot.
It all began at the scene when I was at the waxwork when I saw the waxwork and the note tucked inside its jacket.
Okay.
Hold it!
What you described before, it sounds like the note was anonymous. Do you have any idea who was behind it?
there are very few people that know about what really happened 10 years ago to start with. But anyway, I'd never heard of this engineer, so no, I had no idea.
Hey, yo? Really? Yet despite not knowing who was behind the plan, you went along with it.
I had no choice. Protecting the professor's secret was my only concern.
But the horse has bolted now, and the stable door will never shut again. Scotland Yard's reputation will be immeasurably damaged as a result of all of this.
Yes, thank you, Lord Van Zykes. I'm well aware of that.
So, as I understand it, what you found in the birdcage was the waxwork model. Where then was the victim's body? Snake.
How would she know the prisoner hadn't died, though, if she didn't shoot him or read the article? She was the coroner. She did the autopsy. She did the autopsy for it. Yeah. But she said he died, and he apparently didn't die. And the guy who, and you can't make that mistake on the most wanted criminal in all of London. That's a scandal.
The actual body of the victim, as indicated on the note's instructions, was beneath the experimentation stage.
Okay. Yep, okay. Yep, that makes sense. So you knew about the special construction of the stage used to carry out the trick then?
It was quite obvious what had happened with the victim and the waxwork.
And you switched the two over, didn't you? In other words, you recorded the victim's body as having been discovered in the Crystal Tower. And the waxwork?
I wrapped it and sent it by carriage to the specified address at the specified time.
And why were you given such direction? And yeah.
Presumably so it could be recovered by Drebber and returned to Madame Tuspel's.
I see. And then you'd put the birdcage back in the experimentation stage.
Yes, although someone obviously made a mistake about which cage to go where. I thought I'd made it perfectly clear to the team, but still...
I suppose you were focused on the victim's body, that being a more important detail.
Snake.
The body had to be arranged in certain ways to implicate the defendant, which was my job.
Okay, no, I gotta press that, gotta press that, gotta press that, go back.
Hold it!
When you say arranged, I presume you mean with this. Yeah.
Yes, the instructions in the engineer's notes said something along the lines of... fabricate some evidence to make it clear that Hairbrain alone could have killed Asman.
Okay. So you mean that was your doing?
I fetched Hairbrain's ridiculous screwdriver from the stage and took it with me alone to the abyss under the stage where the birdcage had fallen.
Also, now that I think of it, Abel, are you even, like, aware of, like, what she's even talking about? Let me explain it real quick. So, the whole 30-second pitch, here we go. The victim was in this machine. There was supposed to be a demonstration of science that was saying, it's an instantaneous kinesis machine, which means it will fire him through the air, it'll disassemble him, fire him through the air, and he'll land up here, unscathed. What happened is that it started smoking and exploded, and the body was supposedly found up here, but it was just the waxwork, and the lady up here just lied about it. And what happened, and the autopsy report said he fell from 30 feet, because it would have rated up here, and then he fell. But what actually happened is that they lied, and there was just the dummy up here, and that he fell straight down in the machine, and broke his neck, and they stabbed him down there. But it would, like, every indication of the autopsy report was made to believe that he died up here after being teleported. If that makes sense. Even though it's not even possible. But, so, he fell, what actually happened is he fell down. What everyone's saying is that, oh, he was teleported through the air, and he fell and he died. But no, he fell down through here, down to here. And, Enoch Drebber, Robo-Man, was responsible for that. Victim was found at the scene. Right here. But wait, isn't he at the... Oh, they switched the bodies. Yeah, okay. Yeah, okay. The screwdriver was what apparently stabbed him. Like, in this... Like, see, here he's dead right here. He's dead. See, he got stabbed. And the screwdriver was made to look as though he stabbed him. And so they had to set that up. And this screwdriver belongs to the defendant, which is this guy, Science Boy. Who was the guy who, like, designed the machine. Okay. I hope that makes kind of sense.
And it took it with me alone into the abyss under the stage where the birdcage had fallen.
Alone, Doctor.
Yes. I didn't feel it would be appropriate to involve anybody else in particular at that particular part of the deception.
Okay. How did you know? Well, no, how did you... Wait, no, hang on.
There was the void under the stage where I found the birdcage lying in the dirt.
So you just stabbed him?
I approached it, leaned down and slowly opened it up. Then, I took the screwdriver in both hands and plunged it into the man's chest.
Oh. Owie. Ouch. And then you noted that in your fake autopsy report as a fictitious cause of death.
Exactly.
So the actual cause of death was
Falling.
Snag. The trauma resulting from the 30-foot drop.
my word.
What is it, Mrs. Sussybaka? What is it?
Something about Dr. Scythe's last statement. He's playing on my mind, that's all.
Yes, mine too. Dr. Scythe.
There's really no need to shout. I can hear you perfectly well.
The defense calls for you to add what you just said to your formal testimony.
Oh, which part?
What I want her to supplement in her testimony, Okay, I have to think about this. So what are the options? The options are the real cause of death, which is he fell. Okay. What does the autopsy report say? Details of the victim, Odie Asman, male, nationality, British! Time of death, 21st October, around 2:20 p.m. Hemorrhage of a wound to the chest that pierced the heart inflicted by a sharp implement. Additional observations, a broken vertebrae most likely resulting from impact after the sudden fall from considerable height. Okay. Ooh.
The screwdriver. The screwdriver.
Okay. Okay. I think... Let me read what she said. What did she say? She said, Okay. I didn't feel it would be appropriate to involve anybody else in that particular part of the deception. There was a void under the stage where I found the birdcage lying in the dirt. I approached it, leaned down slowly, and opened it up. Then I took the screwdriver in both hands and plunged it into the man's chest. This is hard. I don't know, because I don't have anything yet. I guess I just don't know. I guess I don't know yet. What she really did to the victim... Wait, no. the real cause of death, what she did to the victim. Which one do I want to contradict, though? That's the thing, Abel. I have to pick one, because only one of these is right. The real cause of death. No. I think it would be the real cause of death. Yeah, because she was instructed to make it look like... She was instructed to make it look like that he had died a different way. So that makes sense. What she did to the victim makes sense. The real cause of death, she seemed very, like, sussy on that part. She paused. The real cause of death actually was pause, the trauma resulting from the 30-foot drop. Okay, the real cause of death. The real cause of death being the fall of 30 feet, that part.
Fine, if that's what you want. Stop yelling, please.
Prosecution concurs.
Yeah, okay.
Very well, you will submit your testimony now, witness.
If you wish, my lord.
Okay.
The actual cause of death was the neck trauma Asmund suffered from the 30-foot fall.
Well, what would we have to disprove this? Let's look. What would we have to disprove that this is what happened? Ollie, are you here? Oil, Stinky, are you here? What would we have to disprove that? If you're gonna call me Stinky, you are. He's in a box? How did he break his neck? Here's what he was in. We can smell you. Ollie, your stench is coming through the screen right now. Okay, so let's look at the autopsy report. The actual cause of death was the neck trauma Asmund suffered from the 30-foot fall. And the original autopsy report says that he died from the stabbing, but additional observations, a broken vertebrae. What about the death picture? What does that tell us? You know what's crazy is that his glasses just didn't fall off. I guess this was taken like actually up on the top area though. Welded to his face. So that was the stabbing. Is this broken? Ollie? Did part of it break off in him? No. Okay. I thought it was gonna be like a case of like, get it out of there. I'm gonna keep pressing. You're quite sure of that? That was a result of a broken neck?
Yes, as a professional, that was more than apparent.
You never know just by looking at the photograph of the victim, though, would you? Yeah? No, that's very true.
Obviously not. Which is precisely why coroners are needed to determine the actual facts.
Yes, assuming they can be trusted. Yeah, I was gonna say, are you to be trusted, lady?
Snake! There's no point calling her assessment into question without evidence. Let's go back to the testimony.
Very well. I enlisted the help of the forensic investigation team to dress the scene appropriately.
I'm just gonna press everything because I want to know the most information. the entire team in perverting the course of justice.
My team consists of the very best investigators there are. I demand loyalty from all my members. We operate on a code of chivalry of sorts.
You aid and abet a murderer, commit perjury, and dare to talk of chivalry?
It was a matter of priorities.
What?
Nothing was more important than protecting the secret of the professor. My team did what was necessary without losing sight of its primary goal. I consider their conduct exemplary.
Ugh. Don't concede the point, Mr. Naruhodo. You must let her win. I need a lawyer. What? I'm a lawyer!
I'll take that silence as a tacit acceptance. Now, can we move on?
I'll go back to the picture after I press this last statement. Okay, well.
The truth about the execution 10 years ago is a state secret of the highest level. I had to protect it.
Hold it!
But at what cost? Faith in Scotland Yard is going to suffer a terrible blow as a result of this.
And your precious secret is out now anyway.
I don't think it is fully.
Yes, as you say. And I take full responsibility.
Blow me down, Dr. Scythe.
Surely there's some other way you could have protected the secret?
No, there really wasn't. I've done my utmost to believe me. In many ways, I respect your determination.
Whew, I nearly froze under that cold stare when she said that. I do believe she was being genuine, though, Mr. Naruhodo.
Snake.
Okay, what do we have to say at the end of this? So that's her story. She's admitted everything and revealed her full involvement in the crime. I do wonder if there could really be much more to it. Well, I don't know, but I just have a feeling. Do you, Mr. Naruhodo? Truth is, I find it strange too. How these two are reacting to this in completely opposite ways, I mean. Yeah, what is up with them? Yes, exactly. For some reason, I feel sure they're still trying to hide something. Okay, I'll go to the picture. Picture. This is the fake, this is the real body, but it was at the fake crime scene. So this is at the tower where he like allegedly died but didn't really die. Why is the stab wound under the buckle? I mean, you could stab, I mean, he's buckled in. He never got unbuckled. How did he get unbuckled? If you stab someone... Wait, what do you mean? Why is the blood going down? Oh. Why is the blood going down? Well, to be fair, he was standing up when he fell. Okay. But he is buckled in laying down. If what Scythe is saying is true, when he got stabbed, he'd be laying down. But when he was getting launched in the machine, he was standing up. Which could be that he got stabbed and then fell. That could be true. Is it literally just present this picture? Because, I mean, because it wouldn't make sense. I mean, I guess, I mean, that doesn't, it wouldn't, because if you got stabbed, the blood would go somewhere, and that would follow gravity. I think you gotta press. I've pressed everything. Well, I could, actually, did I press this again? was the neck trauma Asmund suffered. Oh, yeah, okay. You're quite sure of that. It was a result of a broken neck.
Yes, as a professional, that was more than apparent.
You never know just by looking at the photograph of the victim, though. I think I had to press the other statement before this, actually. No, that's very true.
Obviously not. Which is precisely why coroners are needed to determine the actual facts.
That's assuming they're to be trusted. I'm just gonna skip past this.
Hold it!
Okay, right here. You mean what you did with this, correct? Oh, this is new. It's... okay.
I was merely carrying out the engineer's instructions, in his words. Fabricate some evidence to make it clear that Hairbrain alone could have killed Asmund.
Okay. And so you went without any of your team to where Asmund had fallen.
That's right, yes. I leaned down over the birdcage and opened it up.
And then you stabbed him.
Then I took the screwdriver in both hands and plunged it into the man's chest.
Baba Booey.
After that, it was simply a matter of recording the stab wound as the cause of death in the autopsy report. The real cause of death being the fall, of course.
I'm sure there's something in here in this testimony. You know, if you think it would be appropriate, I'm sure you could ask Dr. Seitz to change the supplementary testimony she gave before. Huh. What should I ask her to do with the statement she added? Have her change it. Dr. Scythe, what you said before about what you did to the victim's body. I believe that may be significant, so could you change your supplementary statement to explain that instead?
Very well. I stood over the victim's corpse where it lay on the top of the cage and plunged the screwdriver into the chest.
Okay, yeah, then that... I mean, even this does make sense. Don't get me wrong. However, you could be laying down and the blood could just run down your tummy. I don't know. Right? Big nipple? Exactly. It's on the outside of the buckle, though? What do you mean? Like on this little, like this thing right here? It doesn't matter if it's on the outside of the buckle, because he was buckled in the whole time. Right? I don't know. I know this is the answer, but I'm just trying to clarify. What's going on right now? What's going on? What's going on? It wouldn't roll down that much if he was just laying down. I mean, yes, but that's pushing it, I think. I think if there was a lot of blood, it could have, because this is gravity. But, I mean, yeah.
Objection!
Alright, let's do it. I've got a nasty feeling. This inconsistency points to an extremely uncomfortable truth. Oh, here we go. Here we go. This is it. That this inconsistency points to an extremely uncomfortable truth.
What on earth is the matter, Council? Have you lost your tongue?
I apologize, my lord. Dr. Scythe, in that last statement of yours, there's just one point. It seems to defy explanation.
Out with it, my learned friend.
There's an obvious inconsistency between your description and this photograph, which shows the victim in the birdcage following the events that led to his death.
Objection!
The court has already examined that photograph in depth. There's nothing new we can learn from it.
Objection!
I love this song. This song is called Prelude to Pursuit, and it's only in the second game. And it plays right before the inevitable pursuit. Yes, we have already considered it. That's true. We now know the facts to be different.
What do you mean? I believe we should let the defense explain. Where in this photograph we see the alleged inconsistency with the witness's statement.
Wow.
Take that!
Look closely at the bloodstain on the victim's chest. It clearly extends in a downward direction, toward the man's feet.
And why is that significant, Counsel? If the victim was stabbed moments before the kinesis machine was set in motion, that's entirely expected. Ah, of course, no, that's not what happened.
Exactly, my lord. Dr. Scythe made it very clear in her testimony just now that the point at which she stole Professor Hairbrain's screwdriver and stabbed the victim was when he already felt, was after the grand deception was set in motion, when the birdcage had fallen below the stage and out of sight. From the shape of it, it's clear the birdcage would have fallen on its side after the 30-foot drop. Yep, okay. And if the victim had really been stabbed whilst inside the birdcage in that position, the blood wouldn't have gone anywhere. The blood from the wound would have spread out equally in all directions. I mean, that's pushing it, but I guess more so than standing up, yes. For it to have formed the longitudinal appearance we see in the picture is inconceivable. Given that the victim's blood seeped vertically downward from the wound, it must be the case that when you stabbed Mr. Asmund, he was standing up. In short, Dr. Scythe, your latest testimony was a total fabrication. And there's pursuit. I knew it. I was right. Now I've identified that contradiction. There's only one way to explain the facts. We've all been under a great misapprehension here.
What? What sort of misapprehension?
Dr. Scythe. You claim you were coerced into helping Mr. Drebber as a result of the note he left in the waxwork. You claim you made changes to the scene of the crime to implicate the defendant. And you claim that you authored a fake autopsy report to cover your tracks. But one of those claims is an out-and-out lie. Because the question of what the bloodstain really tells us has only one possible answer.
If that's the case, what is it, man?
Come on, man.
Counsel, you've clearly struck upon a revelation. Now tell the court what it is. Which part of Dr. Scythe's story is shown to be a lie by the contradiction in her testimony?
Story. It's the contradiction in her testimony. Is it the first one? How she was coerced. I mean, oh, hang on, Ollie. Just let me think. Let me think. The stabbing? It's the stabbing, right? I'm gunning it. I'm gunning it. The answer is very simple if you consider the sequence of events. If, when the victim was stabbed, the blood from the wound seeped downwards as it did, we can be sure that the victim must have been either sitting or standing upright at the time.
But as you rightfully pointed out, the birdcage would have fallen on its side when it fell beneath the stage.
Yes, it would, which tells us that the victim must have been in that position of his own accord. What? Hang on, let me reread that. I wasn't focusing.
Objection!
That's impossible. The man was dead, remember?
No, that is the misapprehension. He's alive. He's gotta be alive. He sat up. When the birdcage fell from the stage into the void below, it must have hit the ground with considerable force. He got up. But Mr. Asmund didn't die in the fall. He probably lost consciousness for a while, but when he came around, he got his feet to climb out of the cage. Just as Dr. Scythe appeared. Snake! If the victim was in fact alive at that point in time, it changes everything. So she just murdered him. Okay. Because Drebber was determined that he didn't kill anyone. Mr. Odie Asmund's killer wasn't the defendant, Professor Albert Harebrain. Nor was it the mastermind behind the stage trickery, Mr. Enoch Drebber. It was you, Dr. Courtney Scythe.
Order! 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 Can this possibly be true? Have you been taking me for a fool? It was you, was it? You killed him. Snake.
You hoped by admitting to being an accomplice in Mr. Drebber's scheme, the trial would end. Before you were accused of a far worse crime. Cold-blooded murder.
Oh, do shut up. You're so desperate now, you're making all this up. As if I would do something like that.
Objection!
Yes, Asibaka. I assure you the defense is not desperate, Doctor. Mr. Naruhodo has established all the facts using evidence and logic alone.
Ha! Logic. Don't make me laugh. Sadly, your logic has a gaping hole in it.
What? What do you mean?
I have thought it was obvious. A motive, boy, you're lacking a motive.
No, I mean, kind of.
What possible reason could I have to kill Mr. Asmund?
Asmund was involved in a number of criminal activities, from coercion to theft to murder. But there's no known connection to Dr. Scythe there.
Hey, yo.
Rather relieved to say it does seem somewhat far-fetched.
True, there's no obvious motive, but there's still something in the back of my mind. I feel sure I've seen something somewhere that hints at why the coroner might have done this.
Yes, I might admit I tampered with the crime scene and concocted a fake report. But murdering someone for no reason is a very different story.
Objection!
I disagree. No. When you questioned what possible reason you could have for wanting to kill Mr. Asmund, something did come to mind.
What?
What was it, Counsel? Enlighten the court at once.
Yes, we saw it yesterday, didn't we? Something that seemed strange, but had no reason to suspect it at the time. About Dr. Scythe. Is it the scalpels? Well, it's something about her office, right? It's a particular object that explains why Dr. Scythe would have wanted to kill Mr. Asmund. Okay. Maybe. Maybe. I'm a smart boy. I don't fully get it, but let's run it. It's a scalpel, or rather, scalpels.
Did you say scalpels?
Ugh. It would appear that word has struck a chord, Doctor.
You, come on, out with it.
It was yesterday, when we visited your laboratory. Look at this big, thick book here. Oh, it appears to be an accounting ledger. It's a record of the forensic investigation team's spending, I think. Oh? What is it? It's clear that the team purchases various equipment and supplies on a monthly basis, but... well, one entry seems rather strange. Really? In what way?
We're buying 500 scalpels every month.
Black market. Maybe. We'll see.
500 scalpels a month?
At first I wondered what on earth you could be using that many scalpels for. But actually, I realize now it's not the scalpels themselves that are significant. It's the money for them, disappearing every month from the department's accounts. Okay, yeah.
Asmon's criminal organization relied heavily on extortion for its funding.
Oh!
Tracing the money for the forensic investigations team to account to find where it was going would be extremely straightforward.
I see. 10 years ago, when Mr. Asmon was still a journalist and wrote this article about Mr. Drebber. He may well have stumbled upon information as he was researching the story. Information relating to Dr. Scythe's darkest secret, and he would use to rack money from her for the next decade. I guess this does make sense. I never thought of it like this way.
The darkest secret? Good lord, you mean?
I don't know what happened on the night of that execution 10 years ago, but clearly the opportunity to rid yourself of that menace was too tempting to pass up. It makes sense. He was extorting her, because he's a rich boy. So in the end, you weren't coerced at all, were you? You did it entirely of your own free will. You stabbed Mr. Asmon in the heart with all your might. To silence the blackmailer who knew your darkest secret forever.
You'll never understand, none of you. What we've had to keep covered up all these long years.
What have you had to keep up? Do you want to elaborate or no? Don't want to elaborate? As very little of the machine remains after it was ripped apart by the bomb. The truth of this case can never be properly established unless you speak out.
And if you decide not to, it's very possible that Courtney Scythe will escape punishment for her crimes. Please, sir, own up to what you've done, and tell the court the truth about what happened.
Come on, Enoch. Come on, Drebby boy. Come on, Drebberson. Come on, Drebbaloni and cheese. Come on, Drebellini. You can do it.
10 years ago, you told the truth, and you were robbed of a bright and successful future as a result. I can certainly understand your bitterness and your consternation now, however. This is surely the chance you've been waiting for, to sever the hold that fate's had over you all these years. 10 years ago, I cut my fingers making a ham sandwich.
Super high voltage, instantaneous kinesis. I mean, really. Huh? It's the addle-brained mock scientists that are the worst, you know. They don't recognize the fact that they don't have talent. They can't even get that right. And so they end up chasing impossible dreams, having unbridled faith in their abilities. They go on and on about their wonderful hypotheses, their stupid eyes shining like a child's. Yeah, this is Eggert, yeah.
They make me sick. I can't abide their foolishness. Careful, Mr. Drebber.
I was particularly pleased with the kinesis machine. It made for quite a show, didn't it? So you admit it. You admit that it was nothing more than a sham made for the purpose of killing the victim. Yes, I admit it. I did it all in the name of revenge. Revenge for the future that Mr. Asma's article had deprived you of 10 years earlier. But the revenge you sought didn't stop at Asman, did it?
Which is where that very particular waxwork comes in. Yes, I see.
Ugh. The condemned convict that you saw rising from the grave in the Lowgate Cemetery 10 years ago. If your account of those events was all true,
Then obviously Scotland Yard couldn't afford to acknowledge what had happened.
okay, yeah.
Even if it meant discrediting a bright young man and crushing any future career he might have had.
Yep. So your plan required that you abduct that particular waxwork model in order to exact your revenge on Scotland Yard as well. Or on Dr. Scythe, to be precise. That makes... yeah, it all makes sense now, I think. Not couple unanswered questions, but only a few.
It was a year ago. By some extraordinary twist of fate, Asmund turned up at my workshop. He didn't remember who I was, of course. He just wanted to employ my services as an engineer. And he happened to have a paper with him. An article on the front page caught my eye. About the coroner who handled that bogus autopsy being appointed head of the new forensic team. When I learned that news, my cognitive processes started to devise the plan.
What a horrid tale.
He robbed me of my future, so I wanted to use the man's own wiles against him, for revenge. And have that rotten Scotland Yard eating out of my hand at the same time. I wanted them all to suffer the same humiliation I had to suffer.
I mean, I don't want to say anything. They kind of did that already in a game, but not really, Ollie. I think you know what game I'm talking about. I mean, kind of. Your actions against those who ruined your futures were justified as revenge, at least to yourself. Certainly, no one has the right to destroy another's prospects, especially for purely selfish gain. And yet, in carrying out your plan, you did exactly that to someone else, didn't you? Yep.
Did I?
Yep, you ruined Professor Harebrain, yeah. Professor Harebrain's only crime was a passion for his hypothesis. You had no compunction about sacrificing his future to effect your revenge. You knew that he would be forever branded a failure and a fraud. I guess he probably didn't think about that while he was doing it. Perhaps life treated you unfairly 10 years ago, and others' misconduct left your life in tatters. Remember this. Your own actions resulted in exactly the same thing for another perfectly innocent young man.
Yes. The cycle of hate.
Sag. Sad robot. Sephiroth.
Lord Van Zykes, what of Dr. Scythe? An immediate warrant for her arrest has been granted, and she's been remanded in custody, my lord. I presume she will face trial in the coming days along with Mr. Drebber. A most regrettable situation indeed. She's made great contributions to her profession over the years. It really is a hard truth to swallow.
It's me, Ollie. I'm the professor.
However, that is a topic for some future occasion. But now, Professor Harebrain.
Yes!
It seems there was a great deal more to your experiment than you realized. However, I think we can assume now that all the sordid details have been brought to light.
Maybe.
This has been a very long and profound trial, but I'm pleased to say you're absolved of all guilt.
This whole experience has taught me a very great but painful lesson. Well, this dedicated scientist, this devotee of natural philosophy. I've been selfish and self-centered, and above all, a fool.
Professor.
I've spent my life thinking nothing but my research. misguidedly believing that I could do whatever I set my mind to, despite my lack of talent. And the worst of it is, in the process, I've caused others pain and misery. Others who are far, far greater people than I.
I think you have a very little blame in all this, dude.
No, Professor, that's not true.
What?
Don't tar yourself with the same brush as Drebber. What happened was his doing and his alone. This outcome of his fate's not yours. You're not to blame in any way.
Lord Van Sykes.
And the derision with which he referred to you earlier, calling you a fool, talentless even. The man has no idea. To believe in yourself and work your fingers to the bone to realize your dreams. That's laudable, not laughable.
Van Sykes based cool guy?
No one has the right to deride another for such choices.
Thank you, Barrack.
Cool Sykes.
So, ladies and gentlemen of the jury,
Yes, my lord.
is the court expectation that you find the defendant not guilty of the charge in which he stands accused? I presume there are no objections.
None from me, my lord.
Certainly not.
This trial has really made me think, but this is the right decision. It's all been proven methodically and rigorously. I have no misgivings whatsoever.
What's that? He's done, is he? It's all over.
I don't know what's become of the yard these days. I don't recognize the place. Very well. In that case, I hereby pronounce the defendant not guilty. Not guilty. Ow, 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 ow.
Hey, yo. We did it. You will be missed, Corn Child. You're the Corn typewriter kid.
Court is adjourned.
Hey, yo. We did it! It's over. That was some trial.
We did it!
24th October, 4:30. That took 4 hours, that trial. It took 4 hours probably for me in real life, too. Professor, what a splendid outcome, isn't it? Oh, it is. Congratulations, Professor Harebrain. Oh, Mr. Naruhodo, Miss Susibaka. I am truly beside myself with gratitude. How can I ever thank you enough? I'm just glad it's all been cleared up, that you realize you were just caught up in a bad situation. Right now, you know. I had that research grant money. If I had that research grant money, I'd give a whole lot to you, every penny. Well, that's very kind, but I'm just a student, so. You don't need any financial reward. Your acquittal is more than enough. Oh dear, what can I do? How about this as a memento? The paper about my hypothesis is inside. Well, just as a memento then. Thank you. Science! Whoa! Yeah. That's right.
Point of able cheer. X25. That Nico legal.
Yeah. Here, kid, here's a quarter for your troubles. Bow.
Thanks, Abel. Something tells me... I'm just gonna keep playing. I've been wondering, Professor, what are you gonna do now? Oh my! Yes, what am I going to do? My hypothesis of my great machine lie in ruins! But still, it's been too long since I was last in London, so perhaps I'll enjoy some sightseeing. I must explore the Great Exhibition while I'm here, too, and see if new inspiration hits me. Oh yes, that's a wonderful idea. I can't allow that. Why? Who? Also, Abel, thank you for that. Who said that? Shoms?
Psyche. Start matter bait.
Lord Van Sykes, what are you doing in here?
Eric!
I'm sorry you had to go through that, Albert.
Well, if I'm honest, it was terrifying. You were like a great demon behind your bench there, snarling down your prey.
You're one of the few true friends I have. I couldn't leave it to anybody else to handle the prosecution or the defense.
Yeah, he trusts me, I think. I think he does. Did you guys hear that right? I think he trusts me now. I think Zyke Boy trusts me.
I always knew that you had my best interests at heart. Don't worry. How about you show me around whilst I'm here in town? It's been a long time since we left university. We have a lot to catch up on.
Listen, Albert. In a few days, your acquittal will be made official. When that happens, you must head straight to Dover. I'll accompany you.
You gotta get out of here. You gotta get out of here, the Reaper.
What?
From there, you'll cross the channel and make your way back to Germany. I've already purchased the tickets.
But no, hold on a minute, Barak. What about the Great Exhibition? This is the chance of a lifetime for me. I want to look around.
No sightseeing, Albert. Give up on the idea.
Sometimes it's hard to see any warmth in those eyes, Barak.
Lord Van Sykes.
What?
Oh no, what's all this about?
A necessary precaution.
The Reaper. Yes, I think I understand. You do? Well, Iris told me that when you meet Lord Van Sykes at his office some days ago, he asked how Mr. Natsumi was doing. Yes, that's right. I remember being surprised at the time and thinking it was nice of him to ask. Point is, Mr. Natsumi is still alive and well, even though it's been more than 6 months now since he stood in trial with the Reaper as the prosecutor. Ah, you mean the Reaper's influence doesn't stretch overseas?
Those in the Reaper's sights meet their ends days or sometimes months after their acquittal. That's been the pattern up to now.
Okay. But of course, we know that both Mr. Natsumi and Gina were completely innocent. But Gina's still here.
True. And perhaps that governs the Reaper's actions. The truly innocent are spared. But I don't want to take any chances with a close personal friend.
But Barak!
Like the mustached Nipponese, this man should leave the country without delay. That's why I'm packing him off to Germany at once.
Right. You know what? I will say, Barak, your shoulders are loud. They're very loud. They're very... Oof. Does your friendship-shaped package get any say in it? Goodness, what was this your intention all along then, Lord Van Sykes? Okay, so Abel, if you haven't been able to figure out, anyone who stands against Van Sykes in court is said to fall under the curse of the Reaper, because he's called the Reaper of the Bailey, like of the courtroom. And so anyone, whether guilty or innocent, who stands against him as a defendant will die. And we've had cases in the past where we defended a guy, we won his innocence, and then he died. And so we're trying to make sure that we can get this guy out of here. Goodness, was that your intention all along then, Lord Van Sykes? But the thing is, he's not responsible for the killings, even though he's the Reaper. In court, where people think of him as the Reaper, this man seems absolutely merciless. And yet, sometimes I feel as though I don't understand him at all.
It's time to go, Albert. Back to the prison for the time being.
Yes. Oh, all right. Well then, Mr. Naruhodo. Thank you so much for everything.
Not at all, Professor. It was a pleasure getting to know you. Is this the last time we're going to hear Science Boy?
Best wishes, Professor Hairbrain. once the dust is settled, you must come and visit me in Germany. Anyway, goodbye for now.
Someone get this man a ham sandwich.
Now, my Nipponese friend.
Oh, yes? I thought you'd gone too.
We have matters to discuss. Can you spare me some time?
You want to talk with me?
I'll be waiting in the courtroom in 10 minutes.
I know who it is, Ollie. I know who it is. I know. I'm not gonna share it. I'm not gonna share it. We both know you think it is. No. No. Well, that was strange. For some reason, I didn't get that sense of impending doom as he walked away this time. Nico, literally right now, there's no better time. I know who it is. I know. I'm not going to say it. I'm not going to say it all. You're just going to have to live with your impending sense of doom. Who's the professor? Who's that great ape right there? Sugriva. Whose toes are those? Whose toes are those? What is that? The Enigma, Barak van Zykes. Are you right? No. You're not, actually. What does he want to discuss, I wonder? The answer waits in the courtroom. I suppose. Here goes, then. Who's in here? Me and Van Zyke alone in the courtroom. Ooh, what could happen? Mysterious times in the courtroom alone with Van Zyke. I can't see anything. You could totally, like, go down on me right now, and I wouldn't even know. Hey, yo. Uh-oh. Who's standing there?
So, are you satisfied? You saved a guileless scientist from a great injustice.
Yes, I think so. I'm relieved, at least, that the man's innocence could be proven.
Anyway, I imagine you've been wondering where my animosity towards you Nipponese comes from.
I mean, a little bit. What's going on with you? Maybe. Is that your response? Yeah, where's your animosity? Okay. Well, at first I thought you just didn't like me. Imagine you saw me as a pretentious child from an unimportant land who had no business being here. Now I think differently. You clearly know our ways, so I would guess that some specific incident led to your thorough dislike of my race. Will you tell me what happened, please?
The professor.
Oh. The professor. Ollie, I'll give you a hint to who I think it is. Government secret. List. That's your only hint. Which, there's only like 3 people it could be then. I never thought I'd hear the name in this courtroom
again. I never thought I'd hear that name in this courtroom again, to be honest.
He took your brother's life.
Clint. My brother was Clint Van Zykes. 16 years ago, when I was still just in my teens. was already the director of prosecutions and a key member of the judiciary. I looked up to him. He was everything I aspired to be.
Yeah, but why do you hate Japanese people? I mean, I feel bad for you, but...
He was involved in the establishment of justice systems in foreign countries as well. There were exchange programs between Britain and other nations then too, to share knowledge and ideas. As part of one of these programs, 3 judicial students came to Britain from your homeland, the Empire of Japan.
Oh, really? Who was that? Who was that? I don't know who that was. That'd be weird if like we knew who that was. Oh, it was 16 years ago. Then one of them could have been my father.
Of course, I remember Dr. Mikatoba well.
I had no idea. And the judge?
I was a minor at the time, training at the prosecutor's office.
Oh, Abel, another thing that I forgot to mention is that the guy standing next to Van Zykes, he refuses to talk to anyone, and he's hooded, and he refuses to reveal his identity, but he's also our best friend who apparently got murdered earlier in the game, but apparently he didn't die, actually, and he's actually alive now. But we did a whole case where we solved his murder, and we're like, oh, we solved his murder, but he still died. And now our best friend's working for the prosecution, and it's really weird, and he won't talk to us, and it's pretty odd. Isn't that weird, Ollie? Isn't that weird? It's so odd. It's weird! So our best friend got murdered, I should say, and then like 4 cases later he just shows up and we're like, what the fuck, what are you doing, dude?
One day Clint introduced me to 3 visiting Nipponese.
So you've actually met my father.
He and his colleagues were polite and amicable. They were adept at their work and exacting in their standards. It was my first encounter with the Nipponese spirit, and it made a very great impression upon me. But 6 years later, that's when it happened.
What?
The investigation was going nowhere. There was no suspects even, just an ever-growing list of victims. And in the end, my brother became one of them. The last, in fact, before the case was finally resolved.
I'm sorry, Lord Van Zykes, truly. Oh, by the way, Lord Van Zykes' brother got killed. Abel, by the professor, which is still has his head covered.
Clint was always ready to put his life on the line for justice anyway. So he wouldn't have wanted it any other way. He lost his life to the killer, but it was his victory in the end.
Wait, let me reread that. Clint was always ready to put his life on the line for justice. Yeah, okay.
For me personally, though, it was a great loss. I found myself in a very dark place indeed. When I finally found out the killer's identity. The reason why no one had been able to catch the man sooner ceased to be such a mystery. He'd been hiding in plain sight all the time.
Eh? Who would that be? I don't know. I mean, in plain sight.
Are you aware of political events 10 years ago? It was a period of extremely sensitive diplomacy between the British and Japanese empires.
No, I'm not going to say. I'm positive you can narrow it down to 2 people. I'm positive. Ollie, from what I just told you. Nighttime have a good one? No. Abel, trust me. Just like 2 minutes. I can tell something's about to happen. A new treaty was being forged, I think.
Correct. The Anglo-Japanese Treaty of Friendship and Navigation was being concluded. The leaders of both countries were deep in extensive political discussions. Which is why this particular killer's appearance in court was conducted as a closed trial.
It's a mystery.
If the British public had known about the identity of the killer...
Oh, maybe that the treaty would have broken for reasons.
Not only would the treaty have been in jeopardy, but our two nations could very well have ended up at war.
Who is it, Ollie? Who's my guess? This should answer it. Who's my guess? This should answer it. They're Japanese, and they're on the list. Ooh! Banjo? Kazooie? Maybe? He was 5, maybe. What? A war between Britain and Japan? But that would mean... Oh my. I mean to say the professor was... Yeah. And a Baskerville. It was a dog. What is going on?
When the trial reached its
Whoa.
conclusion earlier,
Whoa.
I thought to myself, yes, it's time.
Whoa. Who's in there?
Time for you to come face to face with this hideous monster.
Monster.
Who's in there?
I borrowed the key for the mask from the proprietress of the Waxwork Museum.
Ollie. Ollie. Here's the thing. Maybe.
So see for yourselves now. Confirm it with your own eyes. The truth that's been hidden this past decade.
Uh-oh. Oh, I'm actually kind of scared. This is so good. Ah! Who is it? Whoa.
That's the professor?
Ooh.
Yes, that's him.
That's him.
Until now, the thought never even crossed my mind.
Ah.
That the mass murderer, whose crimes shook Britain as never before.
Who the hell? Who the hell?
Was Japanese.
Okay, well, I knew he was Japanese. I knew he was Japanese. I mean, that was pretty... That had to be that part.
Wait a minute. That face.
You know him?
I feel as though I've seen it somewhere. It's strangely familiar.
Oh, I know. Ollie, I know what's gonna happen. You already know I know what's gonna happen. What? What's going on? What is going on? What is going on? He spoke.
Hey! My little Crispito! Don't look at me with those Freddy Fazbear looking eyes. Ah! What? What?
Father? What? Kazu Daddy. Ah!
Kazuma!
Kazuma! He's alive!
My best friend.
My best friend.
Kazuma Asogi. After a whole year, finally his
I'm pogging the
memories
whole
return.
time. Oh, he looks so gallant. Oh, beautiful.
As he stood there before me.
Oh! His cravat fluttering in the wind.
Ryunosuke.
Ooh! His cravat fluttering. Come on, bring it in.
Hello again.
Bring it in. Come on. Give him that big hug. Come on. Get in here.
My friend.
Oh, this is so wholesome.
Kazuma-sama!
Judicial Assistant Mikotoba.
Oh, this is beautiful.
It's been a very long road. Thank you.
I don't get it though. Why are you like this? Why are you a Freddy Fazbear animatronic?
Thank you for guiding my friend here when I could not.
No, you guided me. I have your sword.
It was an honor.
I have your sword. Huggies!
I knew you wouldn't die that easily. Kazuma.
I owe you thanks too.
Oh, this is
for
beautiful.
taking good care of that in my absence.
The sword!
Oh. Karuma, the great blade of the Asogi clan, passed down through the generations.
Oh. This is the first time I haven't had to read text because it's all being voice acted. This is where the entire budget for this game went.
When we left Japan, this sword was at my friend's side. The Japanese man's katana is his soul, and he couldn't be parted from it. But then, when the incident happened,
I don't get it. How did you live, and why did Sholmes lie?
it was Susato-san's wish that I inherit the sword. And I've kept it with me ever since, along with my memories of the friendship we shared. With this by my side, I always felt that you were watching over me somehow.
Aw. Yeah, give it back. It's hit. Yeah! He just kills you. You just die. Immediately dead. That's his dad?
I've made it.
I've made
At last.
Huh?
Father.
What? Bro, that makes no sense.
Are you saying... Surely not. You mean, you knew all this time?
What?
I'm looking at it. But I still can't believe it. This mass murderer is Kazuma's father.
What is... What? He just chopped his nuts in half!
Kazuma-sama.
What the what?
Ryunosuke.
Ryunosuke?
We have much to talk about. But now is not the time. I'll be seeing you.
Where you going?
That's all Kazuma said. Before he turned and left us there, in the courtroom.
What? What? What?
Oh.
So he's the living after image of the man who took my brother's life, is he?
Yes, Kazuma Asogi, my best friend.
3 months ago, when Lord Strongheart introduced us, I had an inkling there was something there, some connection.
But why did Lord Strongheart do that? Why did he make Kazuma Lord Van Zyke's apprentice? And when he was suffering amnesia, too.
The man was apprehended, even executed. But his legacy just won't die. That's the sad truth. Anyway, that's all I had to say. I thank you for meeting with me as I asked.
No problem, boy. You're a good boy, and you're just a sad boy, and you're just kind of an angry boy at the same time. Because you were slighted. You were flagubered in your childhood. 10 years ago, my grandmother took me to the railway station. We were there to meet my father from the train. For me, it was the first time I'd ever seen him. Poor Sussy Baka. All this is tied up with the painful memories for her, too. She's never talked about this with me before, though. I wouldn't call your brother was murdered as being flagubered. I would. It took time to adjust to having father around, but just when I was starting to get used to it, he called me into his study one day. He told me that a great friend of his had passed away in London. Okay. And that the friend had left behind a son. Kazu Daddy. A boy 7 years my senior. Father told me the boy had made a promise to his late father. Though he was studying to become a defense lawyer. Made a promise to his father? Maybe to solve the case once and for all? Probably. I wanted to help, so I studied to become a qualified judicial assistant. I'm sure you've worked out. That young man's name was Kazuma Asogi. So you see, that's how he and I met. I see. Because they did know each other in case.
For a brief moment, my great friend had returned, only to disappear again all too soon.
Gone.
But in that fleeting encounter, something stirred. Something that had been dormant for a long time. As if great wheels had been set in motion. I could almost hear them creaking into life.
Oh! We're gonna solve it. We're gonna solve the murder. The Clint murder.
In some ways, it was the end of a chapter. But in many, it was the start of a new one.
Clint Stevens murder. Next time on The Great Ace Attorney, Nico Man, Clint Stevens. Collab? I don't know. Let me know, Clint. The offer's out there. I know you're watching this. The demasking awarded. Save my current progress. Yes, sir. I beat it. I did the case. But now we're going to watch the cutscene for the next one. Episode 4, Twisted Karma and His Last Bow. We're going to watch the cutscene, then we're going to go to bed. Let's do it. Alright, cutscene. It was indeed a most bizarre incident born of a curious advertisement and a commonplace killing at the edge of town.
Pipe in hand, Sholmes looked down
Good night, Points.
at the thick rolling
Good night, Abel.
fog outside our window. I wonder exactly how many mysteries are out there, hidden within this bed of fog, he said.
Redhead.
Indeed, a most bizarre
Satan?
incident, born of a curious advertisement.
The dawn!
A hellhound's mad gallop through the shadows of a serial murder, an executed man's craving resurrection in the dead of night. And
the hound.
A commonplace killing in a small, forgotten room at the edge of town. There is, naturally, always another side to every case, of which most remain ignorant. And it is that other side which compels me to the scene of the crime, Wilson.
Wilson. There's Sholmes.
So quickly now, take your hat and let's be on our way, my dear fellow.
My dear fellow. My dear fellow.
For our adventure is not over yet. Come, the game is afoot.
I know that one. I know that one. I know that one. I know that one. 8 days after that earth-shattering trial, Kazuma regained his memory. We were in the foyer of one of London's most luxurious hotels, the Great Waterloo Hotel. Isn't the hotel in the newer Ace Attorney games called the Water something Hotel? Is it Watergate Hotel? I think it is, right? Oh! Whoa! 1st November, 10:24 a.m. Great Waterloo Hotel foyer. Professor Mikotoba is due to arrive any moment. Gatewater. Okay, yeah. Gatewater. Same thing. Not really, but kind of. Okay, well, we did it. Slowly. We got there, though. It took a while. Professor Miko Daddy? Professor Miko Daddy? Well, this case is shorter than the previous one. That case before was definitely a case. It was a case 5 in its grandness, but not a case 5 in its finality. You know what I mean? It had all the qualities except finishing all mysteries, being case 5. But now, we already did that case, and we got a case 5 ahead of us, and a case 4, which is pretty good, I assume, because it's like super important to the story, probably. And then case 5 is like PogChamp, the resolve of Ryunosuke. Ba 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 boo boo boo. He's gonna kill you with a sword in court. The resolve of Ryunosuke Naruhodo. He's going to slash your wiener off. Foop. Well, that'd be Kazuma, actually. I changed my mind. That would not be Ryunosuke anymore. Okay, well, lads, lasses, gamers of all nations. I seem to be a little tired right now, and I need to go to bed, it would seem. So, I'm going to send you to Shadow Pichu 9, who is playing Metroid Dread. We will host him. He's fighting some kind of boss that looks like a giant bird glowing red. I don't know what it is, but I will send you over there, and I will enjoy it together with you. Oh dear. Well, Ryunosuke has no sword now. That's pretty... I mean, that's probably good. That probably makes sense. Guys, thank you for being here today. Thank you for coming to my stream today. That might be the final boss, so... I can handle it. It's like a big dude and he's glowing red. Oh yeah, that's the final boss. Well, we're going. We're going, Ollie. I'm just gonna dip immediately. I don't know. I don't have any context for it, Ollie. I don't have any context, and I didn't really get a good look at him, so I'm just gonna like. It's good. It's fine. Okay. I'll say hi. I'll drop a smiler. You guys better drop a smiler, and then I'm leaving. I'm out. I'm dipping. I think it's literally just you and me, Ollie. Okay. Thank you for being here. I'll see you guys on Sunday. I'll stream Splatoon. I swear. I promise I'll stream Splatoon this time. I won't cancel. I swear I won't. I promise I won't, even though I have so much homework that day. I won't cancel. Probably. Okay. See you guys later.